Chapter 1648. Boom! Boom! In the training room, Xiao Ziji, who was fully equipped, faced Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's punches and kick. He was as still as a rock. The armor he was wearing was developed by Fan Yezi from a book he obtained from the Moang region. As the material was made from heavenly spirit quenching, or, it could be called, a third-generation mecha. Huff, huff. After a while, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were panting. They bent over and stopped. One of them had a sore hand, while the other had a sore foot. The entire process felt like they were hitting metal lump. Xiao Ziji said excitedly, "Patriarch, this armor is not bad." Jun Changxiao, who was sitting at the side, took a sip of tea and said, "After all, it's made from heavenly spirit-quenching Oregon. How can it not be fragrant?" After testing, the third-generation mecha had extremely strong defense. The craftsmanship was also high. Although it looked cumbersome, it was actually light and convenient. It was a must-have for traveling and robbing. Where could he buy such a good item? Look for Go Xing at the ancient Celestial Mountain. Sorry, not for sale. Hall Master Fan. Jun Changxiao came to the forging hall and said, "You must speed up the production of the third-generation mecha. Try to use up all the remaining heavenly spirit-quenching ore in half a month." Okay. In the lower domain, Fan Yezi was basically in a semi-retired state. After coming to the upper domain and being given a lot of work, he regained his lost youth and the drive of his youth. Jun Changxiao went to the array formation hall again and told them to speed up the production of mechas. In the workshops of the two peaks, the disciples worked hard. The words, "Strive for perfection, forge quality," shone brightly on the wall. Ka-ka. Ka-ka. Batches of Diablo and third-generation mechas were produced one after another. The elite members of the War Cavalry Hall used the new mechas. The inner sect disciples put on the new mechas. The core strength of the sect of all times grew stronger day by day. Everything is ready. Jun Changxiao sat in the study room and interlocked his fingers. He said, "We only lack one east wind." This east wind was the magnificent Heaven Sect. Ling Tian Celestial Sect. Lin Haoyan stood in the study, the anger in his eyes growing. Lin Shangyi was like a child who had made a mistake. He stood at the side with his head lowered and didn't say a word. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Haoyan smashed the table and roared, "So, you still paid the ransom? Jun Changxiao is very cruel. If we don't pay up, the 4 elders of our humble sect will be killed by him." Although Lin Shangyi looked aggrieved, he was prepared to be scolded after he chose to compromise. The 4 lower truth-seeking realm cultivators have surrendered. Trash good for nothing. Lin Shangyi's head was sprayed with saliva, but he could only lower his head and howl in his heart. "This realm is nothing to your immortal sect, but it's a treasure to our Tao sect. You don't care, but I do." "Patriarch Lin, don't be angry." The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect, who was sitting next to him, stroked his goatee and smiled. "As the guardians of the upper realm, we, the 10 great immortal sects, cannot allow this kind of extortion and blackmail to spread, so—" He gave a you-know-what-I-mean look. "That's right." Lin Haoyan calmed down and sneered. Just because of a small conflict between disciples, they detained 4 elders and extorted 1 billion Xian stones. This kind of evil practice must be stopped. "Patriarch Lin, did you just say that an elder of your sect was assassinated by Jun Changxiao?" "That's right." "Is he alive or dead?" "He's still alive." "Announce his death to the public and carry the body to the sect of all times." "Huh!" Lin Shangyi was dumbfounded, but he soon understood what it meant, and his expression immediately became pained. "Patriarch Lin." Lin Haoyan patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Our Heaven Ascension Immortal Sect will compensate your sect for any losses after this matter is over." Lin Shangyi's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Understood, understood." East Sea. The 10 great immortal sects were still busy setting up the seal. Although the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan had already known, they pretended not to notice because Jun Changshao had warned them in advance. Elder. It'll be completed in 3 days. The formation master in charge of the seal gave an accurate time. When the news reached the Heaven Ascension Immortal Sect, Lin Haoyan gently raised his wine cup and said with a fake smile, Jun Changshao, you and your sect of all times can only exist for 3 days. Everyone, let's gather our men. Alright. The leaders of the other 9 sects contacted their own sects one after another. From the high-ranking elders to the elite disciples, all of them were ready. In the extreme grade cave abode, Jinren Tonggu pushed the chessboard away in frustration and said, Old friend, I have an ominous feeling again. Masato Kitano was speechless. Every time he was about to lose, an ominous feeling would come. It was too much of a coincidence. Boom. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder outside. The two of them stood up and walked out of the cave abode. They saw dark clouds in the distance, and a murderous aura blew with the wind. Looks like, Masato Kitano said solemnly, the weather is going to change again. Sigh. Jinren Tonggu sighed and said, I hope it's not related to my disciple this time. Other than the 2 invasions of the star spirit world, as long as he was upset, it would definitely have something to do with Jun Changshao. Of course, Go Xing also blamed himself. Therefore, he did not inform Jinren Tonggu to help when the 10 great immortal sects targeted the sect of all times. Master. Sitting in the main hall under the dark clouds, Jun Changshao raised a jar of drunken dreams and said, I already have the strength to face everything. I won't cause you any more trouble. 3 days were very short. It was just a short conversation. Buzz. Buzz. In the East Sea, the 2 sealing formations were finally built. Phew! The person in charge heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, he had been on tenterhooks, afraid that the dragon race and the stone statue race would come out and cause trouble. Fortunately, they were not discovered, and everything went very smoothly. Thank the heavens, thank the earth. Actually, he should thank Go Xing more because he was the one who stopped the 2 races. Ling Tian Immortal Sect. Lin Haoyan, who was anxiously waiting, immediately flew up and shouted, Let's go! Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, nearly 10,000 upper echelons and elite disciples turned into streams of light and flew out of the sect, interweaving in the sky like a rainbow. What's going on? Seeing this, the passers-by were stunned. The 10 great immortal sects were extraordinary existences in the upper realm. It was already good enough to see a few people, but now so many of them flew out. Could it be that they were going to fight? Similar situations were also playing out in the other 9 sections. Under the lead of the Patriarch, the upper echelons and elites flew towards the ancient immortal mountain as quickly as possible. How many? 10,000 in one sect, 100,000 in 10 sects. This number was exactly the same as the sect of all times, but they were all elites, so their combat strength was very strong. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vast waves of air spread out, deeply shocking the cultivators of the upper realm. Something big has happened. This scene is very similar to the scene recorded in the ancient books when the various immortal sects joined forces to fight against the demonic race 100,000 years ago. The 10 great immortal sects sent out their elites together, instantly shocking the entire upper realm, causing all the cultivators to wonder who was going to be unlucky? Sect of all times. They're heading towards the sect of all times. Someone guessed the general direction of the Lingtian immortal sect's powerhouses. After all, in terms of enmity, Jun Changshao had previously snatched a Dao stone mine from them. As expected, this day still came. Chapter 1649. In the sect of all times, Jun Changshao stood in front of the bronze mirror, tidying his collar and combing his bangs. He had already received news from the East Sea that the 2 clans had been sealed. The 10 immortal sects would probably come soon. Thud. He walked out with a valiant posture. The black and white Rakshasa, Old Ding, and the other upper echelons lined up neatly outside the main hall. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples stood proudly in the martial arts arena, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit. The 10 immortal sects would come sooner or later, and they had long been prepared for battle. It's been nearly 10 years since I ascended to the upper realm. Jun Changshao said loudly. It's time to tell everyone that those who offend the sect of all times will be killed. Those who offend the sect of all times will be killed. The loud shouts of the sect resounded through the sky. Swish, swish. On the drill ground below the war cavalry peak, dozens of mountain gates slowly opened. Brand new mechas took off from the runway and then hovered in the sky above the sect. The Million Devil Army hovered outside the Immortal Mountain, forming 3 layers of defense. At this moment, the sect of all times was under martial law. Not even a strand of hair could float in, let alone a fly. Jun Changshao was too lazy to activate the sect's protective array because he needed such a tool to protect himself. Now that the upper echelon disciples had broken through to the truth-seeking realm, he had the confidence to face everything. A murderous aura enveloped the entire sect, indicating that a bloody battle was about to begin. Swish, swish. At this moment, hundreds of Tianhua Dao sect powerhouses flew over, and a few of them were carrying coffins. Jun Changshao released his spiritual senses and found a corpse lying inside. He's dead? That's impossible. A few days ago, he stabbed him and did not injure his vitals. He only quietly consumed a yellow spring pill. He should have been alive long ago. How could he still die in the end? Understood. Jun Changshao suddenly laughed. The conflict had developed to an irreconcilable stage, and naturally, someone had to die. Therefore, this elder song had to die to give the immortal sects an opportunity. Jun Changshao. Lin Shangyi hovered outside the mountain and said angrily, "You killed my sect's elder. This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable." TSK. Jun Changshao said, "In order to find an excuse for immortal sect, you sacrificed a truth-seeking elder. Your Tianhua Dao sect is truly magnanimous." Now that the seal of the East Sea had been set up, the 10 immortal sects should be on their way here, so he didn't plan to put on an act anymore. Furthermore, there was no point in acting with amateurs. Lin Shangyi's expression froze, and some pain flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and said in a deep voice, "I have invited the 10 great immortal sects. They will uphold justice for me." Jun Changshao leaped from the main hall to the outside of the mountain gate and sat down elegantly. He interlocked his fingers and placed them on his thighs, saying, "Bringing a coffin here so early in the morning is really a bit inauspicious. Whether it's auspicious or not doesn't mean anything to you, because—" Lin Shangyi's tone gradually turned cold and severe. "A life for a life." "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Lin Shangyi's gaze instantly froze because the voice did not come from the mountain gate but from beside his ear. Hence, he tried his best to turn his head and saw that fellow appearing in front of him at some point in time. He said in a gloomy voice, "A life for a life." With that, he raised his hand. Lin Shangyi displayed the reaction that a patriarch of the Dao sect should have. He dodged at an extremely fast speed and with an extremely pathetic movement technique. However, when he stabilized his body and looked again, he saw that the other party was only scratching his head and did not attack. His face instantly turned red from anger. No, he was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm after all. Although he was not as good as the experts of the immortal sect, he shouldn't have let that guy get close to him so easily without noticing, right? Boom! While he was thinking, a powerful fist landed on his right face. In slow motion, Lin Shangyi's eyes widened and his mouth was crooked as he flew out gorgeously. Then, he fell outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain like a cannonball, stirring up clouds of dust. "Patriarch!" The upper echelons of the Tianhua Dao sect exclaimed and looked at Jun Changshao in horror. When did this guy attack? They didn't see it at all. You even killed your own people. What right do you have to be the master of a sect? Swish. Jun Changshao flew down and merged with the dust in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sound of violent punches could be heard. Coupled with the shaking of the earth, it presented an excellent visual experience. At the same time, it also deeply shocked the upper echelons of the Tianhua Dao sect. A moment later, the explosion ended and the dust fell to the ground. Jun Changshao stood in front of the huge pit. At the bottom, Lin Shangyi's face was bruised and swollen. He was foaming at the mouth, and even his teeth had been knocked out. A peak truth-seeking realm cultivator was unable to resist at all. Husband Rose of Flowers was shocked. So strong. Previously, he had asked him when he would break through. Today, he had easily trampled on a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator in front of the entire sect. It was too exaggerated. He didn't want to explain. What's going on? Is there a fight in the sect of all times? Let's go and take a look. The itinerant cultivators outside the timeless immortal mountain rushed over after hearing the commotion. When they saw the soldiers and mechas gathering in the sky above the sect of all times, they realized that something big was going to happen. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a majestic aura swarmed over from afar. The itinerant cultivators hurriedly turned around, and then their eyes widened. In their field of vision, the experts of the Ling Tian immortal sect flew over at top speed. Although there were only 100,000 of them, they were all elite. The weakest of them was at least rank 7 or rank 8, and there were countless reincarnation core cultivators. Exterminate the dogs. They were serious. The experts of the 10 major immortal sects who flew over did not hold back at all. The power that erupted was visible to the naked eye, as if it had turned into a surging wave that pressed down from the sky. The itinerant cultivators were so scared that their legs trembled. With this kind of formation and aura, if it was targeted at them, they would probably be annihilated instantly. Fortunately, the 10 major immortal sects did not come here to kill ordinary people. Their gazes were fixed on the sect of all times, and their flying speed was much faster than before. The army was pressing down on them, and the killing intent was even stronger. However, facing such a vast aura, the sect of all times' expression did not change even if MT Tai collapsed in front of them. They came quite quickly. Jun Changshao casually grabbed the half-dead Lin Shangyi and flew to the front of the sect gate. He casually threw him on the ground and sat on a chair suavely. In the blink of an eye, the 10 major immortal sects patriarch led by Lin Haoyan flew to the sect gate. When they saw the Tianhua Dao sect's patriarch being abused to the point where it was unbearable to look at, they were unable to restrain their anger. Jun Changshao, the hidden immortal sect's patriarch, shouted, "Kidnapping 4 Tianhua Dao sect's elders and extorting 1 billion mystic stones, this is truly, stop talking nonsense." Jun Changshao impatiently interrupted, "If I don't do this, how can I give the 10 major immortal sects an excuse to attack?" At this point, a fight was inevitable. He did not like to beat around the bush, so he directly laid his cards on the table. "Good!" Lin Haoyan shouted loudly. "The sect of all times detained another sect's elders without permission. This is the first crime. Extorting 1 billion mystic stones from the Lin Patriarch is the second crime. Killing Elder Song is the third crime." Clang. Sword light appeared, and a head rolled. Jun Changshao stood up with his sword, and stepped on Lin Shangyi's rolling head with one foot. He said coldly, "No one in this world can convict me, Jun Changshao. If there is, then kill them." The originally slightly silly aura instantly turned serious under the influence of the 6 words. "Kill! Kill!" Inside the sect, the furious roars of the disciples shook the sky. Chapter 1650. Jun Changshao gave Lin Shangyi a chance and didn't kill the 4 elders. However, he didn't seem to realize Goxing's kindness and brought a coffin to cause trouble early in the morning. The most intolerable thing was, Elder Song clearly didn't kill him, but he still dared to deliberately frame him. Again. No more. Therefore, Jun Changshao drew his sword and killed him. His technique was nimble and decisive, not giving Lin Haoyan and the others any time to stop him. Lin Shangyi, who died with his eyes wide open, obviously didn't expect that Jun Changshao would kill him so brazenly even though the people of the 10 major immortal sects were here. In order to obtain greater benefits, he killed Elder Song. Now, he died tragically under Jun Changshao's sword. It could be considered as fulfilling the sentence he said when he first arrived. A life for a life. Jun Changshao. The hidden immortal sect said angrily, "You're lawless." Jun Changshao wiped the blood off the sword with a handkerchief and said indifferently, "You should have a reason to attack the sect of all times now, right?" "Yes." And it was very sufficient. Of course, Jun Changshao didn't kill Lin Shangyi to anger the 10 major immortal sect. He just couldn't stand this guy who even dared to kill his own people. Kill! Kill! The hundreds of powerhouses of the magnificent Heaven Dao sect finally came back to their senses. They unleashed their cultivation realms and drew their weapons, charging over with fierce eyes. The patriarch was killed. Any sect member with guts would not tolerate it. Clang! Jun Changshao inserted the sword under his feet, put his hands on the hilt, and said expressionlessly, "Kill them all." Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the black and white rakshas flew out in a spiral. The majestic power of true spirit erupted and instantly condensed into dense heaven-crossing palm prints. When he first met Jun Changshao, the two of them were only at the 6th transformation core realm. Now that they had entered the upper level of the truth-seeking realm, their speed of improvement was extremely fast. Boom! Boom! The palm prints continued to explode, causing the space to rapidly collapse. Although the Tianhua Dao sect had more than 500 people and many of them were at the truth-seeking realm, they were only at the middle and lower level. They could only passively take a beating when facing the stronger upper level. Plop! Plop! One by one, the higher-ups fell outside the mountain gate. There was a palm print on their chest. Their auras were gone, and their souls had returned to the 9 heavens. The patriarch had given the order to kill all of them. Therefore, when the black and white rakshasas attacked, they showed no mercy at all. They went straight for the kill. After losing a large number of their fellow disciples, the upper echelons of the Tianhua Dao sect finally calmed down from their anger. An elder turned around and begged for help. "Patriarch Lin, please uphold justice for our patriarch." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "There is no justice in this world where the strong prey on the weak, and no one can uphold justice. Zhou Hong, disciple is here. Annihilate all the invaders." "Yes." Zhou Hong flew out of the sect and landed steadily at the mountain gate. Although he was wearing the Sect of all Times' disciple uniform, it had faded in many places because he had not changed it for a long time. His black hair was messy, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. He held a simple and unadorned sword in his hand, looking like a swordsman who had wandered the world. Why did they have to describe his appearance and expression? That was because this guy stood on the spot like a block of wood after he appeared. There was no way to break in at all. They could only rely on this word count to barely survive. Lin Haoyan and the others frowned. This guy who had just walked out did not release any martial arts aura. He looked like an ordinary person. No. This kid is definitely not simple. The intuition of a top expert made the immortal sect elders realize that this Sect of all Times disciple should be extremely dangerous. Huff. Zhou Hong took a deep breath. Perhaps it was because he had not fought in front of a camera for a long time. The moment his right hand touched the hilt of the sword, one could clearly see that his fingers were trembling slightly. The patriarch had given him a chance. He had to seize it. Clang, while thinking, he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh whoosh. A majestic sword chi emerged from his body. His entire person instantly became extremely sharp. The person was like the sword, and the sword was like the person. This was an extremely profound level of sword Tao. What a pure and flawless sword chi! Lin Haoyan frowned. This person should be a pure sword cultivator. There were very few pure sword cultivators in the upper realm. That was because many people could not bear the loneliness and chose to cultivate other things in the long years. Zhou Hong was different. Whether it was in the lower realm or the upper realm, he had always insisted on comprehending the sword. He had reached a state of intoxication. Even the most insignificant action of unsheathing his sword would be repeated countless times. He was born for the sword. He was a sword fanatic. As for why he did not give the camera time, it was because he had been unsheathing his sword in the courtyard every day. It was too boring. Go Sheng, who had cheated all the way, could not be compared to Zhou Hong, who cultivated steadily. No, he was not even fit to carry his shoes. Was the reader feeling comfortable? Retreat. The higher-ups of the magnificent sky sect smelled danger and hurriedly ordered their disciples to retreat. It was too late. Just as they turned around, Zhou Hong took a step away. His body was half bent, and his messy black hair fluttered without wind. He said, "Sword technique, 8,000 fleeting graces." Swoosh, the sword chi shot out like a ray of light. Buzz, buzz. Space instantly folded, revealing a strange scene. No, a strong aura of death rose in the hearts of the higher-ups of the magnificent sky sect. As they cried out in fear, the sword chi swept past them, and their bodies were directly split into two. Even the nearby space was left with eye-catching sword marks. Lin Shangyi came to cause trouble, and brought nearly 500 people. He was killed by Jun Changshao, dozens of higher-ups were killed by the black and white Rakshasa, and the rest, whether it was the lower-level truth-seeking realm or the core transformation realm, all died under Zhou Hong's 8,000 fleeting graces. They were all elites. Now that they died in front of the sect of all times, the magnificent sky sect could declare bankruptcy. How is this possible? Lin Haoyan did not care that the magnificent sky sect's elites were all wiped out. After all, they were just a dog raised by his family. What he cared about was that the sect of all time's disciples seemed to have only attacked once, but in fact, they had attacked thousands of times in an instant. 8,000 times! Jun Changshao was shocked. The system exclaimed, "This person's attainments in the sword Tao have already surpassed the host's." That's right. Jun Changshao had to admit, his obsession with the sword Tao can be said to be perverted. Go Xing relied on the sword Tao aptitude liquid to advance all the way up in the lower realm. On the other hand, after ascending to the upper realm, he did not have a suitable weapon and almost abandoned his sword Tao. This guy, Yi Xingchen said solemnly, could it be that he has the strength of a middle-level truth-seeking realm? He and Zhou Hong had entered the sect not long after each other and had long realized that he was different. However, he did not expect that after coming to the upper realm, he would break through to the truth-seeking realm with his own comprehension and even display stronger combat strength than him. No. He Woody said, it's already difficult to measure his realm because true sword cultivators don't care if they're in the core transformation realm or the truth-seeking realm. They only care if they can comprehend a higher sword Tao. That's right. Martial Tao realm was superfluous to Zhou Hong. He had been comprehending the sword Tao from the beginning to the end, so even if he cleared his realm now, as long as he had the sword intent in his heart, he could still kill 300 people instantly. Clang, Zhou Hong sheathed his sword. Under his messy black hair, a face full of stories and vicissitudes was revealed. In terms of age, he was only a dozen years older than Jun Changshao. Chapter 1651. Zhou Hong killed hundreds of powerhouses with one strike, which deeply shocked Lin Haoyan and the rest. It would be difficult to find a second person in the entire upper realm who could comprehend the sword Tao to the point where he could slash 8,000 times in an instant. If he continued to cultivate, his achievements would only be more terrifying. The more stunning Zhou Hong's performance was, the more the 10 major immortal sects sensed danger. After all, he was a disciple of the sect of all times. If they did not stop him in time, wouldn't he soar to the heavens when he was fully grown? Everyone. Lin Haoyan transmitted his voice. This sect cannot be left alive. When the star spirit world invaded earlier, they had seen the strength of many disciples. Now that a sword Dao genius like Zhou Hong had appeared, they were even more worried than before. That's right. The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect said, since we are all here, we must destroy the sect of all times. Jun Changshao. Lin Haoyan said coldly, you killed the patriarch of the Tianhua Dao sect in public. Your crime is extremely heinous. Today, according to the rules of the upper realm, we will remove your sect of all times. His voice resounded in the sky and entered the ears of the itinerant cultivators. It's over. The sect of all times is finished. When Lin Haoyan said this, numbers appeared on the signs of all the medium-sized cities in the upper realm. The content was, since the sect of all times ascended, they have repeatedly destroyed the forbidden grounds, detained the Tianhua Dao sect's elders, and extorted 1 billion magnetite. Their actions are extremely vile and infuriating. After discussion among the 10 major immortal sects, they have issued a removal order. F***CK. A removal order. Martial artists from various cities quickly gathered around. A removal order could be understood simply as removing a force or clan from the pugilistic world. Ever since the 10 major immortal sects came to power, it had only appeared once, and that was 100,000 years ago against the demonic territory. Now, a sect that had just ascended was receiving the same treatment. No wonder so many immortal sect powerhouses flew over just now. They are going to wipe out the sect of all times. It's a rare sight. Let's go and watch the show. Watch what? The 10 great immortal sects have sent people. By the time we get there, the eternal sect will already be gone. Jun Changxiao's master is Zhenren Tonggu. He definitely won't sit idly by and do nothing. Perhaps he's already clashed with the immortal sect. If we go over, we'll be able to see a battle between peak powerhouses. Let's go. In the end, there were still quite a few cultivators who went to the timeless immortal mountain with the mentality of watching a good show. There were quite a number of people, at least 1 million. In the extreme cave abode, Zhenren Tonggu placed a black piece on the chessboard and raised his head with a smile. I won. AI. Masato Kitano shook his head and said, you're 1 step behind. According to the bet that you and I made a few thousand years ago, the loser must promise the winner one thing. Speak. Zhenren Tonggu stood up and said with his back to him, stay here. With that, he waved his hand and put on a brand new robe that was hanging on the clothes rack. An aura of death surged from his body. I can agree to anything, but this is the only thing I can't agree to. Masato Kitano also put on a robe and tied up his scattered hair. Because I said that no matter what happens in the future, I'll support you unconditionally. Why bother? Zhenren Tonggu said bitterly. Don't talk nonsense. Masato Kitano walked out of the cave abode first and said, if you're late, your disciples' sect will probably be removed. No wonder the two of them felt like they were going to be separated by life and death. It turned out that they already knew that the 10 immortal sects had issued a removal order. Okay. Zhenren Tonggu knew this old friend very well and said, you owe me one thing first. Bullshit. Masato Kitano roared, your disciple is in trouble. I'll go and help. We don't owe each other anything. Okay. While the two of them were talking, the ethereal 7 sages and the others flew over. They did not have a master-disciple relationship with Jun Changshao, but they had personally trained him for 2 years. Now that he was in trouble, they naturally did not hesitate to help. Disciple. Zhenren Tonggu thought to himself, I was wrong. He had once said that he would rather die with his friends than die with him. Now that they had come to help him without caring about their lives, it showed what chivalry was. This was especially precious in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Genrentongu as the representative, the itinerant cultivators turned into streams of light and flew towards the Aeon Immortal Mountain. They knew that they would fall out with the 10 immortal sects, but in order to place their hopes on the new generation, they did not mind losing their arms or even their lives. At this point in the plot, they became hot-blooded for no reason. This would probably make many readers who were used to the relaxed style of writing shout, F***ck, this is so awkward. Don't worry. The camera turned to the Sect of all times, where the atmosphere was solemn. Jun Changshao sat in front of the mountain gate, one hand skillfully scratching his foot. The disciples were speechless. The immortal sect's 100,000 people were waiting outside the sect, but the patriarch was still leisurely scratching his foot. Moreover, he even put his finger in front of his nose and sniffed it. A relaxed expression appeared on his face. Ugh! Su Xiaoma could not take it any more and vomited. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were trying their best to focus their attention on the immortal sect. Gou Xing's indecent behavior made the nearby rows of flowers think to herself, husband's calm appearance is so charming. Remove them? Jun Changshao put down his foot and said, such arrogance. Lin Haoyan did not intend to waste words with him. He raised his hand and said coldly, disciples, listen to my order, quickly eliminate the sect of all times. Yes. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, close to 100,000 martial artists with cultivation not weaker than rank 7 or 8 erupted with their full strength. Their roars and auras could be said to be world-shaking. It was quite ironic, when Star Spirit World's first fleet invaded, although they participated in the battle, their numbers were far less than the sect of all times. They were probably thinking of sending the other forces and lone cultivators to their deaths, thus reducing their losses as much as possible. If a battle is decided by the loudest voice, my sect of all times would be invincible. Jun Changshao lazily placed his hand on the chair and said, babies, let them hear you. Swoosh! Swoosh! 100,000 disciples uniformly took out loudspeakers from their spatial rings and shouted, those who offend the sect of all times will be killed. Those who offend the sect of all times will be killed. Buzz! The sky shook, it was deafening. If a battle was decided by the loudest voice, the sect of all times would undoubtedly win. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, the 10 great immortal sects charged over. At the front were several hundred higher-ups, their strength ranged from low, middle, and upper truth-seeking realm. The 10 immortal sects could casually send out a few dozen experts, but the combined battle strength was immense, not to mention the tens of thousands of peak transformation core experts. Although Jun Changshao had 1,000,000 devil army, most of them were at rank 1. If the two sides really fought, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Whoosh whoosh. The people of the 10 great immortal sects came crashing over like monstrous waves. Their auras, which were condensed under their full cultivation, deeply shook the sky and the earth. Too terrifying. The lone cultivators who were hiding far away saw the dazzling light on myriad ancient immortal mountain, their minds trembled. Let's see who dares to act rashly. Suddenly, an old and furious voice resounded, forming a sound wave that spread out crazily, causing everyone's blood and chi to roil. The 10 great immortal sects' army stopped abruptly. Genrentongu brought his friends and family to the entrance of the sect of all times, saying coldly, those who touch my disciple and the sect will not rest until they die. Master Jun Changshao turned his head and handed over some eye drops. When he turned back, his face was already covered in tears. Chapter 1652. Genrentongu brought his group of friends and family over. He stood in front of the mountain gate, his back view looking extremely majestic. Jun Changshao was greatly touched. He must have saved the entire universe in his previous life to have met such a good master in this life. Wait a minute? Could it be that this was the reason why he transmigrated to another world and activated the system? You're thinking too much. The system broke the ice in time. With the host's shameless personality, it's already fortunate that he didn't harm the universe in his previous life. If not for the fact that they were facing a powerful enemy, Jun Changshao would definitely strangle him. Zhenren Tonggu, Lin Haoyan said with a cold face. Jun Changshao killed the patriarch of the Tianhua sect and committed an unforgivable crime. As his master, are you going to protect him? He had already expected this situation, but he did not take it to heart. As long as he sealed the dragon race and the stone statue race, a group of itinerant cultivators would not be a threat. Indeed, in terms of strength, the patriarch of the 10 immortal sects was stronger than Zhenren Tonggu and the rest. If they really fought, the outcome would be decided very quickly. You said it yourself. Zhenren Tonggu said, since I'm the master, how can I watch my disciple be bullied? Since he had brought people here today, he had to protect Jun Changshao no matter what. Humph. The patriarch of Hidden Immortal said coldly, those who protect the sect of all times will be considered accomplices. You still have the face to say that after losing to me? Masato Kitano said calmly. This sentence immediately angered the patriarch of Hidden Immortal sect. 10,000 years ago, he had lost to Masato Kitano. At that time, he had just entered the core transformation realm and had not succeeded the position of patriarch. Come. The patriarch of Hidden Immortal sect said in a low voice, let's fight again. After becoming the next successor of the sect, he had obtained many resources, and his strength and realm were no longer the same as before. Naturally, he wanted to avenge his defeat. Okay. Masato Kitano agreed. Zhenren Tonggu asked worriedly, are you confident? No. Masato Kitano knew that the strength of the patriarch of the Hidden Immortal sect had increased rapidly. Although he had also broken through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, there was definitely a gap between him and the patriarch who had been cultivated by the sect. Senior Chiyi, Jun Changshao said, this is a grudge between the sect of all times and the 10 great immortal sects. Please watch from the side. Masato Kitano's expression was wonderful. Did he not realize what was going on in his sect? He actually wanted him to watch the battle. Smelly brat. Zhenren Tonggu scolded, don't show off. Goshing smiled and flew out of the mountain gate. He hovered in midair and looked at the patriarch of the Hidden Immortal sect with an arrogant attitude. He said lightly, I will fight with you. You? The patriarch of the Hidden Immortal sect sneered. Jun Changshao. Lin Haoyan said lightly, without the support of the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan, what qualifications do you have to challenge the 10 great immortal sects? The other patriarch also looked disdainful. In their opinion, sealing off the ancestral lands of the two clans was equivalent to cutting off Jun Changshao's wings. But then again, sending 100,000 elites to kill their way to the sect seemed to be giving too much face to dog leftover. The main purpose was to eliminate the root of the problem. The sect of all times had to be destroyed. The upper echelons and disciples could not be spared. In order to ensure the absolute rule of the 10 great immortal sects in the upper realm, as long as there was a threat, they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. One could imagine how angry the demon ancestor was when he was jointly destroyed back then. No wonder he had the idea of destroying the world and was even willing to become an immortal. Jun Changshao said in a mocking tone, "You don't dare to accept the challenge? Brat." The patriarch of the Hidden Immortal sect said coldly, "Are you deliberately provoking me?" Swoosh. Jun Changshao took out a loudspeaker and said, "Today, I, as the patriarch of the sect of all times, challenge the patriarch of the Hidden Immortal sect," but he avoided the topic. He's obviously afraid. The rogue cultivators in the distance were speechless. "Brother, We can hear you even if you don't speak so loudly. The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect was instantly furious. His gaze was cold as he said, "Since you're so overconfident, I'll fight you." He agreed. "I've sinned," Jun Changshao said. "Make a cup of hot tea." After saying that, he flew out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain and hovered above a mountain field. He said lightly, "Hurry up and come out. I'm still waiting to go back and drink tea." Genren Tonggu and Masato Kitano's mouths twitched. They finally understood why Jun Changshao asked his disciples to make tea. It turned out that he wanted to finish the battle quickly so that he could drink it while it was hot. No. He's too arrogant. Even his own people could not stand it anymore, let alone the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect. At this moment, his eyes were flashing with extreme anger. He wanted to tear Jun Changshao apart with his eyes. "Patriarch Jin," Lin Haoyan said telepathically, "no need to show mercy. Kill if you can." At first, he thought that Jun Changshao might hide in the sect and not come out. If he wanted to destroy him, he would have to use absolute power. That was why he sent 100,000 people. He did not expect that Jun Changshao would dare to take the initiative to challenge the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect. Opportunity. Excellent opportunity. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, catch the ringleader first. After destroying Jun Changshao, wouldn't the sect of all times be a piece of meat on the chopping block? Okay. An undetectable killing intent rose in the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect's angry eyes. Genren Tonggu caught it and hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Jun Changshao, "Come back quickly. Don't be rash." The patriarch of the 10 major immortal sects was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Even he himself might not be able to win, let alone his disciple. "Master." Jun Changshao hovered above the mountains and said with a solemn expression, "Ever since we established a master-disciple relationship, I've caused you a lot of trouble. I'm ashamed." Sigh. Genren Tonggu sighed, "I'm used to it. This time, since the 10 major immortal sects have come to target the sect of all times, please watch the battle from afar. Leave the rest to me," Jun Changshao said. Genren Tonggu fell silent. He was definitely worried about letting Jun Changshao face the 10 major immortal sects alone. However, looking at his super-serious back, he was a little expectant that his disciple could compete with the strongest forces in the upper realm. "Okay," Genren Tonggu said, "I'll watch the battle. Old friend. Let's retreat first." Turning around, he found that Masato Kitano, the 7 sages of the ethereal sect, and the others were already hovering far away from the ancient immortal mountain. They almost took out a watermelon and said, "This watermelon is so sweet. F***ck. You guys ran away too quickly." Genren Tonggu and his friends and family chose not to participate in the matter between the sect of all times and the 10 major immortal sects. They hung outside the mountain gate as bystanders. Of course, it was also because of their trust in Jun Changshao. After 2 years of contact, they did not think that this kid was a fool. Since he did not plan to let them participate and dared to fight the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect alone, he should be confident or have some trump card. "Old friend, your disciple is not simple. Maybe he will create a miracle." "I hope so. Come on." Jun Changshao raised his hand and made a provocative gesture. "Let's get this over with." The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect suppressed his anger and flew over. His extraordinary long robe fluttered without wind. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. He said, "Arrogance comes with a price." Whoosh! Suddenly Jun Changshao rushed in front of him. His right hand was buffed with heaven and earth attributes and various special effects. Ka ka ka! Ka ka ka! Hundreds of feet of space collapsed, forming a dense spider web. Boom! The ground caved in and dust flew. Chapter 1653. Jun Changshao made a move. He was so fast that the itinerant cultivators in the distance couldn't see him clearly. The big shots of the 10 major immortal sects, Zhenren, and the other itinerant cultivators were powerful, so they could naturally see him. So when the dust flew, all of them widened their eyes without exception. What did they see that made them so shocked? They saw Jun Changshao approach the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect in an instant and then punch him in the face, knocking him to the ground. This seemingly ordinary attack actually contained the explosive profound truths of heaven and earth. The peak! Masato Kitano exclaimed, the truth-seeking realm. Zhenren, who had been worried about his disciple, was stunned for a while and then said ecstatically, did he comprehend something again? That's why he suddenly broke through to this level. Because Jun Changshao had found a reason to improve in advance, now that he burst out with the strength of the peak of the truth-seeking realm, he instantly thought of the enlightenment. How is that possible? Lin Haoyan and the other 9 patriarchs were stunned. They could accept that that guy had the peak strength, but they couldn't accept that he had punched the patriarch of Jin away. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, blowing away the dust. A huge pit appeared, and the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect was sunken at the bottom. There was a fist mark on his chest, and his whole face was twisted to the extreme. Ouch! Jun Changshao, who was suspended in the air, was a little surprised. Not bad. He approached like lightning and attacked like lightning. He had used this trick on Lin Shangyi before. The latter was directly punched, while the patriarch of Jin was only injured. It was obvious that he was stronger. Of course. After all, he was the patriarch of an immortal sect. Damn it! He tried to stand up from the bottom of the pit, suppressing the pain in his chest, and said angrily, I was careless, boom! Boom! At this moment, heaven-crossing palm prints fell from the sky and hit the deep pit with great precision. The ground trembled frequently, and the cracks extended infinitely. The martial arts technique that he had taken from Gu Tianxing was performed by Jun Changshao, who was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Not only was it more powerful, but it also consumed very little energy, so he could perform it hundreds of times in a short time. Zhenren mouth twitched. He hoped that his disciple would be able to reverse the situation and create a miracle. But he never imagined that his disciple would obtain absolute suppression from the very start of the battle and even crazily bully an immortal sect patriarch. Excitement and exhilaration. Zhenren could not help but raise his hand. Slap! Masato Kitano beat him to it and said, if you can feel pain, then you're not dreaming. Ah! Zhenren covered his painful face and laughed. It's true, it's true. My disciple is beating up the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect. A moment later, Jun Changshao was tired and stopped. Throughout the entire process, he was not out of breath and his waist did not hurt. He was even a little spirited. The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect was in a miserable state. Originally, he had been injured by a punch and now, he was being crazily bombarded by the heaven-crossing palm. He had sunk into the ground, and his entire body was twitching violently. He seemed to be half dead. It wasn't that he was weak. It was that Go Xing was too strong. Lin Haoyan and the other 8 patriarchs' expressions were extremely ugly. They had thought that the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect could easily kill this kid, but in the end, he was killed in an instant. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew back to the mountain gate and took a sip of tea. He narrowed his eyes and said, this tea should be drunk while it's hot. In ancient times, the second master of the hidden immortal sect killed Hua Xiong with warm wine. Today, Go Xing has hot tea. Damn it! The anger in Lin Haoyan and the others' eyes was enough to start a prairie fire. Jun Changshao stood up, shook his head and arms, and said proudly, that wasn't even a warm-up. If you want to fight, I'll be there anytime. The 10 great immortal sects wanted to capture the leader first, and he also wanted to get rid of the patriarch. The rest of the troops were nothing to be afraid of. Of course. Jun Changshao added, I don't bully the weak. If you think you can't beat me, you can come together. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Even a pitiful villain like the demon ancestor didn't dare to challenge the top forces of the 10 great immortal sects alone. This guy. Shenren Tonggu wanted to curse. Dealing with the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect in such a short time had indeed shocked him greatly. He also realized that his disciples' cultivation was unfathomable. However, there was still the patriarch of the 9 great immortal sects present. If he asked them to attack together, he would be looking for trouble. Listen to Jun Patriarch's words. The patriarch of the supreme immortal sect said coldly, You plan to fight the 9 of us alone? That's right. Jun Changshao hoped to deal with the enemies as soon as possible, and then bring people to attack their home. After all, they must have plenty of wealth and resources. The patriarch of the supreme immortal sect said, What do you all think? Since Jun Patriarch is so confident, an immortal sect leader said lightly, We naturally have to cooperate. The patriarch of the Jin family's strength was on par with theirs, but that guy was instantly killed. They definitely didn't have the confidence to fight alone, but if it was a group fight, then, come on, who's not afraid of who? Face was really important. If it were individual cultivators like Shenren Tonggu and Masato Kitano, because they abided by the rules of the martial world, they wouldn't fight with numbers. On the other hand, the 10 great immortal sects, who boasted of being high and mighty, didn't care at all. Of course, it wasn't an open fight, so it was normal for them to gang up on him. When the matter was over, they would fabricate some unforgivable crimes for Jun Changshao and the sect of all times. The world would only praise them and not care about anything else. The demon ancestor was an example. Back then, he was jointly killed by the ancestors of the 10 great immortal sects. Today, the people of the upper realm only remembered to get rid of evil for the people. Who would care about bullying with numbers? As long as it was defined as evil, as long as it could be eradicated, the process and means were not important. Jun Changshao once again stood in the area where he shattered the space with a punch. Unlike before when he only had one opponent, this time there was Lin Haoyan and the other 8 patriarch of the immortal sect. Their cultivation base was fully unleashed, and the aura they formed madly disturbed the space, causing it to gradually distort and fold. Martial artists rushed to the scene one after another. When they saw the patriarch of the sect of all times and the patriarch of the immortal sect standing in the air above the mountains, they were all dumbfounded. What? Jun Patriarch wants to fight the 9 great immortal sects alone? After hearing the news, the individual cultivators from all walks of life widened their eyes. Is he crazy? Fighting the patriarch of the 9 great immortal sects alone, Jun Patriarch is courting death. From a rational point of view, the individual cultivators who came to watch the show didn't think highly of Jun Changshao. After all, this kind of behavior was like throwing an egg against a rock. Of course, there were also people who admired him. Facing 9 peak truth-seeking realm cultivators alone, he could still act calmly. His mentality and courage were praiseworthy. No wonder he dared to barge into the realm hall and snatch the mineral veins of the 10 great immortal sects not long ago. Jun Patriarch. Lin Haoyan said indifferently, Can we begin? It was a little wrong to fight with numbers. Moreover, there were more and more spectators, so he had to show his poise. Wait. Jun Changshao took out a comb and tidied his bangs. My head can be broken, blood can flow, but my hairstyle can't be messed up. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The 10 great immortal sects had invaded on a large scale. It was obvious that they wanted to destroy the sect of all times, but this guy was still in the mood to comb his hair. Did he not know the seriousness of the matter? Chapter 1654. Jun Changshao knew the seriousness of the matter, which was why he combed his hair in front of others to maintain the image and demeanor of a sect master. Disciple. Shenren Tonggu said telepathically, It's not too late to retreat. If they dare to attack, I will protect you with my life. Jun Changshao put the comb into his space ring and said with a smile, Master, I have a surprise for you today. Oh no. After a pause, he said, a surprise for the upper world. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. You haven't brought us any surprises yet. Instead, you've scared us. Fighting the masters of the 9 immortal sects alone. Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao's body surged with the power of the stone statues, and his fists quickly turned into stone. The strength of 9-peak truth-seeking realm cultivators could not be underestimated. In order to show his respect, Go Xing activated the bloodline of the stone statue clan. Damn! Gong Sun Ho said in surprise. When did the patriarch comprehend the second form? There was no need to explain. Jun Changshao turned to look at the mountain gate and said impatiently, Why aren't you coming over to help? Rose of Flowers was stunned. She had helped Go Xing many times. It was rare to see him take the initiative. Swish! While thinking, she had already flown over and stuck her face to her husband's back, turning into a green light and merging into his body. Under the accompaniment of the prelude of the Dagger Society, Jun Changshao's black hair gradually turned green, and his grassland-colored eyes gradually became extremely sharp. The bloodline of the stone statue clan was activated, and the Rose of Flowers fused with him. This was Gong Sun Jun Rose. Humph! Seeing that the guy's hair and eyebrows had turned green, Lin Haoyan sneered. What a showy trick! Bang! There was an explosion, and the space suddenly shook. Lin Haoyan's expression changed, and he subconsciously stepped back. Jun Changshao came in front of him like a cannonball, and the green dragon crescent blade in his hand suddenly slashed down, close to his neck. Rip! Wherever the blade passed, space crumbled. Jun Changshao assumed a sweeping posture with his saber. A huge crack gradually appeared in the area in front of him, as if it was a natural chasm that had existed since ancient times. His hair was green. He also wielded the green dragon crescent blade. At this moment, if Go Xing were to stick a few strands of his beard, he would definitely have the strength to cosplay as Guan Yu. So fast! Zhenren Tonggu exclaimed, I almost missed it. Your disciple's wife seems to have gained quite a bit of strength after fusing with that blind man's body, Masato Kitano said solemnly. Not bad. Zhenren Tonggu said, She is indeed my disciple's virtuous wife. The camera panned to the battlefield, and Lin Haoyan staggered back a few steps. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and a chill ran down his spine. Although Jun Changshao's saber attack looked ordinary and mediocre, it actually contained the supreme profound meaning of heaven and earth. If he had not retreated in time, his head would have been separated from his body. Go! The other 8 patriarchs were all top powerhouses. Naturally, they would not be shocked by how fast the other party's saber attack was. They hurriedly took the opportunity to press forward. In a battle between masters, there was no room for any flaws to be exposed. Jun Changshao attacked openly, and there were simply too many flaws to count. Whoosh! The 8-peak stage truth-seeking realm cultivators all used their full strength, forming a monstrous air wave that instantly squeezed the space, causing it to quickly distort and crack. A battle of this level really could not be described with words. It could only be described with pen and ink after the comic was published. At that time, it would be known that this special effect was worth at most 50 cents. Blue Wave Dark Art. Blazing Fire 8 Desolation. Flying Rainbow in the Sky. Whoosh. Ka ka ka. The patriarch of the 8 major immortal sects aimed to kill Jun Changshao instantly. As soon as he attacked, he used the immortal martial arts that he had immersed himself in for many years. The entire Aeon Immortal Mountain was instantly rendered magnificent. At that moment, all the itinerant cultivators who were watching the battle from afar held their breath. There was only horror in their eyes. Swish! In the face of all kinds of attacks, Jun Changshao was calm and composed. He immediately spun the green dragon crescent blade, and the blade was instantly enveloped by the power of the fire soul. He suddenly waved it and shouted, "Red heaven raging flames slash!" Whoosh! The scorching hot giant chop seal erupted and rushed towards the various martial skills with a momentum that could sweep away 1,000 armies. Red heaven raging flames slash! What a nostalgic martial arts technique! Today, not only did Jun Changshao use the green dragon crescent blade, but he also unleashed a power that far exceeded the upper limit. Boom! Boom! The scorching flames slash collided with all kinds of martial arts in midair, and the impact crazily spread through the space. A powerful pressure erupted from above, destroying the rocks and trees, and the ground caved in by several feet. Whoosh! The billowing flames spread even further. Retreat! The itinerant cultivators who thought they were hiding far away panicked when they saw the menacing flames. The sect of all times was very safe because Ryu Sinan used the power of space to form layers of protection outside the mountain gate. As long as the battle did not happen close by, it was not a problem to resist the aftershocks. Boom! Boom! In the sky above the sunken ground, Jun Changshao swung his blade. The scorching flames and evil power erupted, not only shaking heaven and earth, but also the hearts of people. Lin Haoyan and the others collapsed as they fought. Because the battle had begun, not only did they not gain the upper hand, but they were also in a passive position. This guy's aura was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. No matter how strong he was, they should not be suppressed, unless he was already at the insight realm? In fact, Jun Changshao had just entered the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He could temporarily suppress them because of the halo and invincibility of the same level. Of course, it was also because of his bloodline and support. Press! At this moment, Lin Haoyan let out a loud roar. Both of his hands were raised to the sky, and a wave of energy with a different attribute erupted. Immediately, it condensed into a huge mountain that seemed real and illusory, and pressed down on Jun Changshao. From the audience's point of view, the mountain covered half of the sky, and its momentum was huge. Swish! Jun Changshao went up with his blade and used the blade to resist the mountain, but because the force was too heavy, his body couldn't bear it and sank a lot. "Let's put pressure on him together," Lin Haoyan roared. Swish! Swish! The other 8 patriarch of the immortal sect immediately gathered the pure power of the true spirit, which seemed to turn into a raging wave and pressed over, and merged with the huge mountain, causing the gravity to suddenly increase. Seeing this, Jun Changshao knew that he couldn't resist, so he simply gave up resisting, turned into a stream of light, and flew down at an extremely fast speed, finally landing on the cracked and collapsed ground with a loud bang. "You can't run!" Lin Haoyan roared and controlled the mountain to smash over. However, after Jun Changshao landed, he stood proudly with his blade horizontally, obviously not intending to dodge. This momentum, it made people respect him. Whoosh! 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 The mountain that contained the power of 9 people was close to materialization, and it pressed down with terrifying power and momentum. "Disciple!" Genren Tonggu's expression was ferocious. At this moment, the situation was extremely dangerous. He wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by Masato Kitano. "It's too late." Chapter 1655. The technique that Lin Haoyan used was called the Ling Tian Desolation Suppression Mantra. It was an extremely powerful martial art of the sect. Its advantage was that it could combine external forces to form multiple layers of power. With the power provided by the 8 patriarchs, the huge mountain that seemed real and fake completely materialized. Under the explosion, the mountains and rivers shattered. Although Genren Tonggu wanted to share the burden with his disciple, he could not make it in time. Moreover, the aura of the huge mountain seemed to have formed a barrier around it. Even if he rushed over, he would be blocked. No one could help Jun Changshao. He could only rely on himself. "It's over," an elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect concluded. This sentence was approved by his fellow sect members because they knew how powerful the Ling Tian Desolation Suppression mantra was. They also knew that with the support of the 8 patriarchs, the explosive power was enough to destroy the world. Whoosh, whoosh, crack, crack. The huge mountain that occupied everyone's field of vision sank rapidly. A powerful force crazily squeezed the area covered by the barrier. The space folded layer by layer, and a blade-like gale swept up. Patriarch, the upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times were worried. However, when they saw Jun Changshao standing on the ground, his green hair and body affected by the gale, his face was calm and composed, they were all relieved. After all these years of interaction, they believed that the patriarch was confident. Lin Haoyan shouted angrily, "The patriarch of the sect of all times has committed treason. Today, he will be killed here as a warning to others." Committed treason? Jun Changshao's lips curled into a smile. Whoosh! Suddenly, his body was enveloped by some kind of energy. His chest and limbs gradually materialized into armor and boot. When the phoenix feather purple gold crown was placed on his head, the complete 3-piece Great Sage set was completely activated. Great Sage, Jun Changshao asked in his heart, "Are you willing to be suppressed again?" Whoosh, whoosh. A special force suddenly surged out of his body and instantly merged with his consciousness. His eyes flashed red and his whole face twisted. He bared his teeth and said, "No." Stomp. He spread his legs and clenched his fists. Whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying force of wildness erupted from behind him, rapidly converging into a giant ape with a ferocious face. It stomped its feet, pounded its chest, and roared. The Great Sage had transformed into his true form. In that moment, it was as if the palm of Tathagata was pressing down, but also as if it were a 5-fingered mountain. The raging ape roared madly, as if it was resisting the unfairness of fate, as if it was fighting against the heavens. Boom! At this moment, the entire upper realm suddenly shook violently. Genrin Tongu, Masato Kitano, and the other cultivators focused their attention on the battlefield. They saw the ferocious ape beast standing in the shattered space, holding the mountain firmly with both hands, preventing it from sinking even an inch. Although the barrier had isolated their auras, they could still tell from their behavior that they were rebellious, defying heaven and earth, reverse yin-yang, defying the gods and Buddhas. Roar! The giant ape roared angrily, and the primordial power in its body burst out crazily, directly lifting up the mountain with prejudice. How is this possible? The faces of Lin Haoyan and the others changed. Even with the 9 of them working together, they were unable to suppress a single macaque. Who? At this moment, the mountain was slowly lifted into the air. Lin Haoyan and the others frantically exerted pressure, but they could not stop it from rising. Unbelievable! The itinerant cultivators were shocked. They thought that Jun Changshao would be smashed to pieces when the 9 patriarchs worked together to strengthen the mountain, but in the end the ape beast alone blocked it. Roar! The Great Sage roared again, and the primordial power in his arms burst out. Whoosh! The mountain was directly thrown out. Boom! The mountain fell to the ground, and it was earth-shattering. Swoosh! 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 Lin Haoyan and the others all suffered from the backlash, and flew in all directions. When they stabilized their bodies, their faces were pale, and the blood in their bodies was restless, and they almost vomited blood. The giant ape beast gradually collapsed after neutralizing the Ling Tian Desolation Suppression art. Jun Changshao, who seemed to have transformed into a macaque, also returned to his human form. He quickly took out a simple sword and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already close to the Supreme Patriarch. Broken macaques. They were all broken macaques. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed and light flashed. Not good! The Patriarch's expression changed in shock. He dodged to the side regardless of his status. However, No matter how fast his reaction was, it couldn't compare to the speed of the immortal sword. Poochie! Half of his body had just moved away, and his right arm, which didn't keep up with the rhythm, flew out. Ah! An intense burning sensation came from the wound, causing the sect master of the supreme immortal sect to scream in pain. Jinren Tongu, Masato Kitano, and the other experts were dumbfounded. The mountain pressed down. The situation was originally very unfavorable for Jun Changshao, but it was easily broken by him. He even cut off the arm of an immortal sect master at an extremely fast speed. The change in the rhythm was really unexpected. Die! Huff huff, a sound that seemed to come from hell sounded in his ears. The patriarch, who was screaming in pain, felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He wanted to avoid it. However, he suddenly felt his body become incomparably light. Before the sect master of the supreme immortal sect lost his consciousness, he discovered his corpse in his field of vision and gradually moved away from it. Me? Was he killed? There was no time for him to think about it, because his soul had already returned to the 9 heavens. Shua! Jun Changshao waved the immortal sword and caught the head of the patriarch with the sword. He looked at Lin Haoyan and the others with killing intent and said, "All of you will die." Silence. Complete silence. The hidden patriarch of the immortal sect had been beaten into a deep pit. The martial artists from all sides were already shocked. Now that they saw the patriarch of the supreme immortal sect being beheaded, the shock it brought would only be even more terrifying. Patriarch! The eyes of the upper echelons of the supreme immortal sect were about to split open. Lin Haoyan and the others were suspended in the air with expressions of disbelief. They would never have thought that someone would die under that fellow's sword in the blink of an eye. And the one who died was not the patriarch of the Tao sect, but the one who died was the patriarch of the immortal sect. Since the 10 great immortal sects ruled the upper realm, when had such a great figure died in battle? He had never died. It did not mean that he would not die. Today, Jun Changshao used his actions to tell the upper realm that those who offended the sect of all times must be killed. Sword! There's a problem. Lin Haoyan and the others quickly calmed down and locked onto the simple sword in Jun Changshao's hand. They instantly defined it in their hearts. Immortal level. After reaching the peak of the truth-seeking realm, one had already comprehended the profound meaning of heaven and earth. It was very difficult to take their head with conventional weapons. Now that the patriarch of the supreme immortal sect had been beheaded so easily, it was definitely a divine weapon. Shua! Jun Changshao waved his sword, and the head flew to the front of the mountain gate. He locked onto an immortal sect master and said coldly, "You're next." At this moment, his killing intent surged. It was impossible for him to extort money. Since the 10 great immortal sects had invaded, he could forget about leaving alive. The immortal sect master, who was locked onto, trembled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Lin Haoyan shouted, "Although this child's sword is extraordinary, it's definitely difficult to control. We don't have to be afraid." That's right. The higher the quality of the sword, the higher the requirements to use it. Jun Changshao seemed to have taken the head of the supreme immortal sect patriarch in an ordinary manner, but in fact, he had consumed a lot of energy in an instant. Otherwise, how could he have killed him in an instant? Chapter 1656. Many people might not realize the seriousness of the war between the 10 major celestial sects and the sect of all times. Only after witnessing the death of the supreme celestial sect patriarch did they realize that the war between the two sides would affect the structure of the upper realm. What did that mean? Everyone knew that the 10 major celestial sects were the leaders of the upper realm. Jun Changshao's killing was equivalent to subverting their authority. What could they do to him today? Tomorrow, the sect of all times would be more prestigious than the celestial sects. Indeed, this matter involved not only life and death, but also whether the sect of all times could break the balance and become an existence on par with the 10 major celestial sects. Tongu. Masato Kitano said in a daze, "Your disciple killed a patriarch of a celestial sect." Genren Tongu's expression was even more sluggish than his. Obviously, he did not expect Jun Changshao to turn the situation around and kill the supreme celestial sect patriarch. What was this? That's right, it was a surprise. Haha. Genren Tongu looked up and laughed. Good kill. After the 10 major celestial sects destroyed the demonic tribe, they had always been high and mighty and set many unreasonable laws. As a rogue cultivator, he could not stand it. He could not stand it, but he could not defeat them, so he could only keep it in his heart. Now that one of the patriarch of the 10 major celestial sects died in the hands of his disciple, it was too damn satisfying. Many rogue cultivators were also secretly happy, but they certainly did not dare to show it like Genren Tongu. After all, even if one of the patriarchs died, the foundation of the sect was still there. It was still an insurmountable mountain. Go! Lin Haoyan shouted. He also realized that if he did not get rid of Jun Changshao today, the celestial sect's prestige would plummet. However, even though he wanted to kill him, the other patriarch did not respond. Instead, they looked at Jun Changshao with fear, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the supreme celestial sect patriarch. Lin Haoyan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Jun Changshao held his sword in front of him and said coldly, "I'll go." Hoo. In an instant, an incomparably sharp sword momentum surged out from his body and surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Everyone understood Zhou Hong's sword Dao. "Today I'll show you my sword Dao." Hoo. The speed at which the sword aura spread out increased, and it instantly covered the entire sect of all times. The disciples immediately understood and took out their swords from their spatial rings in unison. Then, they raised their swords up high with the hilts facing upwards. Buzz. Under the guidance of the sword chi, the sword trembled violently. What's going on? The spectators with swords in the distance saw that their weapons were shaking uncontrollably, and they were all stunned. Clang. Suddenly, the sword flew out of its sheath and turned into a stream of light. Swish. From the sect of all times's position and the area where the rogue cultivators gathered, sword lights that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flew over at an extremely fast speed, like dazzling satin. At the same time, Jun Changshao's entire body was enveloped by sword light, and his originally cold eyes became even sharper. Swordsmanship. He was not as good as Zhou Hong. However, now that he was holding the supreme immortal sword, the sword chi that he emitted had a different flavor. Hoo! Thousands of sword chi gathered and strengthened his body. Jun Changshao flew out with his sword and shouted, 10,000 swords in one. Swish! The gathered swords suddenly flashed with a dazzling light, as if they had turned into a giant sword that pierced through the void and rushed over at a speed that could pierce through the void. The pupils of the targeted patriarch of the immortal sect contracted, and a strong sense of death surged in his heart, causing him to scream uncontrollably, "Save me! Save him!" Lin Haoyan exclaimed. However, before he could do anything, he heard a splashing sound, and hot blood bloomed in the sky like fireworks. Crack! Lin Haoyan and the other 7 people froze in midair, and their eyes gradually filled with horror. The camera turned to Jun Changshao standing behind the Euphoria Immortal Sect's patriarch, whose chest had been pierced through. The thousands of swords that had gathered together gradually dispersed, and the blades flashed with a dazzling light. Plop! The corpse fell and blood flowed out. At this moment, heaven and earth fell into silence again, and everyone's eyes widened. The second patriarch of the 10 immortal sects had died. The other patriarch of the immortal sects, who were already a little afraid, were even more shocked when they saw that another one of their companions had died under the sword. They had sealed the two clans and led everyone here, thinking that they could easily eliminate the sect of all times, but in the end, they had lost two patriarchs in a row. They had never thought that such a plot would happen. Swish. Jun Changshao turned around and said with a smile, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Lin Haoyan's expression was extremely ugly. The death of the Euphoria Immortal Sect's patriarch made him realize how powerful Jun Changshao was. At this moment, he began to hesitate whether to retreat or not. "Before you die," Jun Changshao said, "I want you to understand how ridiculous your previous actions were." Swish. He raised his left hand and said, "Come out, my contract beast." Buzz. The space outside the mountain gate suddenly disappeared. Accompanied by a sharp cry, a huge creature shrouded in flames flapped its wings and hovered in the sky like a burning sun. The Vermilion Bird King, Jinren Tongu, Masato Kitano, and the other itinerant cultivators were stunned. Why would the king of an ancient clan that had disappeared 100,000 years ago suddenly appear in the sect of all times and be defeated by Jun Changshao? F***ck. Masato Kitano said in disbelief. This is his contract beast? If Jun Changshao killing two immortal sect masters in a row wasn't shocking enough, the appearance of the Vermilion Bird King would definitely make it look cool and special effects instantly. Whoosh! Scorching heat waves spread everywhere, forming a terrifying pressure. The martial artists were far enough away, but when they felt the heat waves, they could only circulate their energy to resist and retreat far away in fear. "Everyone," Jun Changshao said calmly, "do you think that you can destroy the sect of all times just because you sealed the ancestral lands of the stone statue race and the dragon race?" With the contract beast in the sky, the pretentious aura was extremely strong. On this day, he had waited for a long time. Finally, he could act happily to his heart's content. Go Xing's pretentiousness had reached a new height, but Lin Haoyan and the others were very uncomfortable. It was undeniable that they had always thought that sealing the two clans was equivalent to cutting off Jun Changshao's wings. It was only today that they realized that this kid was not only terrifyingly strong, but also had invisible wings. Awesome. So Jun Patriarch still has the Vermilion Bird race as a trump card. This race is not classified as one of the four major clans because they often disappear. The Vermilion Bird King fought with the Dragon Emperor back then, and both sides were evenly matched. Everyone discussed quietly, and the shock in their eyes was even stronger. Patriarch Lin, a patriarch of an immortal sect, said telepathically, "Let's retreat." Jun Changshao had killed two peak-stage truth-seeking realm cultivators in a row, which had already made them wary. Now that he had summoned the Vermilion Bird King, they had no intention to fight at all. Damn it! Even though Lin Haoyan was unwilling, he could only turn it into one sentence. "Let's go." They were scared. Go? Jun Changshao raised his sword and pointed at the patriarch. He said coldly, "The sect of all times is not a brothel where you can come and go as you wish." Swish, swish. Millions of devil army flew out from both sides and enveloped the people of the 10 major immortal sects in a large net. The brand new Diablo entered performance mode under the control of the pilot. Black and White Rakshasa, Ding Xingwang, Li Qingyang, and the others fully unleashed their cultivation and entered combat mode. At this moment, they were only waiting for the Patriarch's order. They would destroy the invading enemies and show the power of the sect of all times to the world. Chapter 1657. The 10 great immortal sects had been looking for an opportunity to eradicate the sect of all times. With the help of the magnificent Sky Dao sect, they finally got what they wanted. However, Jun Changshao's display of strength and the existence of his invisible wings had caught them off guard. What should they do now? 2 immortal sect patriarch had died, so they had to retreat. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they continued fighting. They were afraid of the Vermilion Bird King that suddenly flew out of the sect. After all, the aura of this beast was clearly above the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Retreat? They had to see if Jun Changshao and the Sect of all times would agree or not. From the millions of devil army soldiers and a large number of mechas, and from the fact that the upper echelons were fully armed, it was clear that this was not a brothel. It was not a place where one could come and go as one pleased. Disciples, listen to my orders. Clean up all these invading trash for me. Jun Changshao's voice resounded throughout the ancient immortal mountain. In response, the disciples shouted in unison and charged over, dragging all kinds of lights behind them. Roar! Roar! Most of the members of the Spirit Beast Hall flew out from the mountain peak. The school uniforms they wore were instantly torn apart, and the huge demon beast's body was quickly revealed. F***CK. The Purple King roared, "Why didn't you take off your clothes in advance?" After saying that, he looked at Yuan Gongzi with a pained expression. The latter shrugged and took out a small book. He silently wrote on it, "Spirit Beast Hall, who destroyed the school uniform. How many beast cores will be fined?" Z felt wronged, but he could only turn it into endless fighting spirit. Then, he obediently took off his school uniform and rushed out wearing only a pair of red underpants. In the sea of people, he had a different style. The Sect of all times had been using the hidden cultivation technique. Now that the Patriarch had given the order to wipe them out, they naturally would not suppress it. Therefore, when they completely released their realm, the aura formed instantly suppressed the 100,000 troops of the immortal sect. They are all at the core transformation realm. After feeling the oppressive aura, the itinerant cultivator's eyes almost popped out. The strength of the people gathered by the 10 great immortal sects was also very terrifying, but they were not particularly shocked. After all, the elites of the 10 great sects were gathered. However, now that the disciples of the Sect of all times had appeared, and any one of them was at the revolving core realm, it felt like a dream. Lin Haoyan and the other patriarch were dumbfounded. An entire sect was filled with revolving core cultivators. Not to mention the 2 truth sects, even his own immortal sect would find it extremely difficult to accomplish this. "Master!" Jun Changshao shouted, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" After a moment of silence, Zhenren Tonggu replied, "What af** King surprise? What af** King surprise?" His disciple was strong enough to kill a peak-seeking truth realm cultivator, and she also had the Vermilion Bird King as her contract beast. Now, the sect disciples were all at the revolving core realm, and there were even many at the upper and middle seeking truth realm. This was simply beyond imagination. No wonder he didn't want us to take action. It turns out that he didn't need us at all. Kill! Kill! The disciples of the Sect of all times shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. After coming to the upper realm for nearly 10 years, they had followed the Patriarch all the way until now. Now, they were finally going to show their beautiful wings to the world. Retreat, retreat! Retreat, retreat, retreat! Lin Haoyan roared. They had already lost their will to fight, and seeing the disciples of the Sect of all times pouncing on them like mad dogs, they had to leave quickly to avoid causing too many casualties and shaking the foundation of the sect. Foundation? Sorry. From the moment they decided on the plan to seal the ancestral land and target the Sect of all times, they were destined to pay a painful price for their actions. I have always adhered to the principle of staying out of each other's business. Since the 10 great immortal sects came to bully the Sect of all times today, then don't blame the Sect of all times for retaliating. Jun Changshao was very cowardly when he was afraid, but he was also very tough when he was tough. Today, not only did he want to destroy the invaders, but he also wanted to go to the territory of the 10 great immortal sects. To put it bluntly, Jun Changshao was also waiting for an opportunity. Today, he finally had enough reason to destroy these rule-setters. Boom, 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 boom. The new generation of battle armor number 66 flew in the sky, and streams of light gathered by various arrays blasted into the enemy like cannonballs, instantly injuring many disciples. Swoosh! Swoosh! On the other side, dozens of mechas led by Zhong-Yi launched a high-altitude bombardment, and the light instantly lit up the sky. When the 10 great immortal sects heard the order to retreat, they naturally did not want to continue fighting, so they retreated one after another. However, they were quickly blocked by a large number of devil soldiers and were forced to launch a breakout attack. The overall strength of these people was not bad. All kinds of energy burst out, shaking the heavens and earth and destroying space. However, although their cultivation was only at the first transformation core realm, the devil soldiers were wearing the new battle armor made of heavenly spirit-quenched stone, so they were not hurt at all in the rain of bullets. How is this possible? After the crazy bombardment, seeing that they were safe and sound, the disciples of the immortal sects were all dumbfounded. Whoosh! At this moment, Jingji controlled the mecha to rush over from the side. A sharp saber appeared in her hand out of thin air, and she directly stabbed it into the depths of space, tearing sparks and lightning along the way. Oh no! Bang! 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 Wherever the blade passed, corpses flew everywhere. Too strong. Feeling the super combat power brought by the new mecha, Jingji's eyes flickered with excitement in the cockpit. Some people might ask if this disciple had given the author some benefit. She had appeared too often recently. Of course not. The more non-core disciples appeared, the more it meant that they were about to die. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several high-level truth-seeking realm cultivators of the 10 great immortal sects flew over. They gathered energy in their palms and directly blasted various parts of the mecha. Powerful true spirit force seeped into the mecha, destroying the structure of the array like a tornado. Beat! Beat! The alarm sounded in their ears. Sigh. Jingji took off her helmet, revealing a sad face. It's time to say goodbye to the mecha again. With that, she pressed the self-destruct button. Boom! Scorching light flashed, and then a mushroom cloud was formed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several high-level immortal sects flew out of the airwave. Their hair was charred black, and they looked extremely miserable. Boom! 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 In other areas, the high-level black and white Rakshasa had already started fighting with the immortal sect. Because of their strength and equipment, they gradually gained the upper hand. Of course, it was almost impossible to stop the 100,000 enemies who were determined to retreat with the current strength of the sect of all times. Therefore, they had to rely on the Vermilion Bird King. Whoosh! It flapped its flaming wings and instantly appeared above the crowd. Swish! 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 Fireballs containing extremely powerful power fell from the sky like rain. Whether it was the high-level members or disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, as long as they were hit, they would turn into ashes on the spot. Genren Tongu and Masato Kitano's mouths twitched. In fact, after the Vermilion Bird King appeared, they realized that if Jun Changshao was willing to use this power, the 100,000 immortal sect martial artists would all die here. Run? No way. In the face of absolute power, life was like grass. Seeing so many disciples die under the scorching flames, although Lin Haoyan and the others were furious, they could only suppress their grief and anger. At this moment, they had to escape as soon as possible, or else swoosh. Sword Chi flew over, extremely powerful. Lin Haoyan and the others hurriedly staggered back. After stabilizing their bodies, they saw Jun Changshao standing behind them with his sword. He said coldly, "I'll send you on your way." Pooh! Suddenly, the sound of blood splattering could be heard. The few patriarch hurriedly turned their heads and saw a sword mark on the neck of the patriarch of the Golden Feather Immortal Sect. His horrified eyes gradually lost their luster and vitality. 3 of the leaders of the 10 great immortal sects were dead. Chapter 1658. Clang! The Vermilion Bird King chirped in the sky, and scorching flames fell like cannonballs. The itinerant cultivators in the distance were all dumbfounded, because they could clearly see that any martial artist of the 10 immortal sects who came into contact with the power of the flames would turn into nothingness. How terrifying! This is a one-sided massacre. I'm afraid the 10 immortal sects are finished this time. With so many elites dying in the Aeon Immortal Mountain, the foundation of the sect would definitely be shaken. If it was serious, they would probably never be able to recover from this setback. Boom! Suddenly there was an explosion. The itinerant cultivators looked over and saw that the ground in the distance had caved in. An immortal sect master was lying in the depths with an eye-catching sword mark on his chest. He had completely lost his life. This was the fourth person to die. Everyone hurriedly looked up and saw Jun Changshao standing proudly in the sky. His entire body was enveloped by a dark aura, as if he was a demon that had walked out of hell. Lin Haoyan and the other 4 patriarchs' foreheads were covered in cold sweat. They looked calm on the surface, but they were actually panicking inside. Killing a peak-stage truth-seeking realm cultivator was as easy as pie. Who would be able to stand it? If it were anyone else, they would have begged for mercy long ago. However, they were the patriarch of the 10 immortal sects that ruled the upper world. Even if the situation was very unfavorable to them, they would not lower themselves to beg Jun Changshao for forgiveness. Of course, even if they knelt down and kowtowed, it would be useless. Jun Changshao had already made up his mind to kill all the enemies who came to attack him. He would use his actions to tell the upper world that those who offended the sect of all times would be killed. Speaking of which, the main mission was to raise the sect to the level of an immortal sect within 100 years. Now that he had trampled on such a force, wouldn't it be equivalent to completing the mission in disguise? Thinking of this, Jun Changshao's killing intent became even stronger. A general success is built on thousands of bones. Today, I will use the corpses of the 10 immortal sects to build the throne of the sect of all times. 10,000 swords in one. Puchi. All things as swords. Puchi. With the support of the divine weapon and the first and second forms of the 10,000 swords returned to origin, Jun Changshao instantly reaped the lives of 2 immortal sect patriarch, not giving them any chance to escape. After breaking through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, perhaps only powerhouses like Gongsun Ruoli could do anything to him in the upper realm. 2 more dead. When the cultivators watching the battle from afar saw that only Lin Haoyan and the other 2 were standing in the sky, their expressions became more and more interesting. He was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, the top powerhouse in the upper realm. But now, 6 of them had been killed by Jun Changshao in such a short period of time. How terrifying was this? Someone would ask, aren't there 10 patriarch? How come there were only 9 of them? That was because Jun Changshao had defeated the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect first. At this moment, this guy was lying in the deep pit, pretending to be dead. Occasionally, he would take the opportunity to cover his face with the soil, secretly praying, "Don't find me, don't find me, Puchi!" The sword light flew over and pierced through his chest. Puchi! The force of the spurting blood sent the soil flying, revealing the hideous face of the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect. Before he died, he roared in his heart, "Who was the one who asked? You caused my tragic death." At this point, 7 of the 10 immortal sect masters were dead. Powerhouses of this level were previously considered to be extremely powerful, but now they were lying in the forest as corpses. It was really a pity. Next, Jun Changshao raised the ultimate immortal sword and pointed it at Lin Haoyan, saying in a cold voice, "It's your turn." From the moment he appeared until now, he had been the most talkative. This made Go Xing guess that the invasion of the sect of all times was planned by him. That was right. Lin Haoyan was indeed in charge of the dog extermination operation. He did not kill them immediately because he wanted to let them witness the deaths of several patriarch, so that they would realize how ridiculous it was to invade the sect of all times. Jun Changshao laughed strangely. Let me ask you, do you regret it? The system was speechless. Suddenly laughing strangely at this juncture, it was easy for the reader to suspect that the host was the villain. Actually, the 10 immortal sects and the sect of all times did not have a good or bad side, because one was defending authority, and the other was challenging authority. No matter who lived or died, they would not talk about righteousness. I regret it. I regret it so much. Lin Haoyan clenched his fists, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. If I knew that you would grow to this extent in such a short period of time, I would have killed you in the void when my sect ascended. You are not regretting it. Jun Changshao poured power into the sword and said coldly, "This is called not repenting even in death." Whoosh! The sharp sword cut through the void and mercilessly slashed at Lin Haoyan. Based on the previous patriarch's death, he basically had no chance of dodging. Even if he used all kinds of treasures, they would all be crushed together. However, when the sword energy tore through the patriarch's body, it disappeared instantly like an afterimage. Jun Changshao frowned and said, "Did he use a divine ability to escape?" Bam! Bam! At the same time, the remaining 2 patriarchs also used some kind of divine ability and disappeared into thin air, leaving only smoke that resembled the exhaust of a car. A monk can run away, but can the temple run away? Jun Changshao put the sword into the space and said coldly, "After the battlefield is cleaned up, I will personally visit." After saying that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh whoosh! A breeze blew, and his green hair fell off, and his head became shiny again. Ah! The system said, "Overuse, relapse." Jun Changshao took out the magically modified hair growth agent, squeezed out a ball of it, and rubbed his head carelessly. He ordered, "Kill the rest, don't let a single one escape." Yes. Whoosh! 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 The disciples' killing intent rose, and they immediately rushed over to fight. With the Vermilion Bird King restraining them from the sky, the immortal sect martial artists who had lost their general were destined to be wiped out. They're finally here. Strange, why is the sect of all time still here? After an hour, more and more non-affiliated martial artists arrived at the scene. Many of them were puzzled when they saw that the strongest sect of all time's plaque was still intact. "You're too late." The one who came first gradually recovered from the shock and said, "The sect of all times has already wiped out all the people from the 10 great immortal sects." "I see, what? The 10 great immortal sects were wiped out by the sect of all times?" This day was destined to be an extraordinary day. This day was destined to be an eternal day. However, the disciples of the sect of all times who had wiped out all the martial artists from the 10 great immortal sects were now collecting the scattered space rings on the immortal mountain. Patriarch. In the main hall of the sect, Li Qingyang walked over and said, "According to the statistics, we lost more than 600 new fighter jets, 10,000 Moang soldiers, and 1 disciple was injured." Who was injured? Jing Ji. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's too embarrassing for him to be the only one injured. After he recovers, follow Mao Xiaodao and clean the toilets for 10 days. Yes. Li Qingyang left and went to the medical hall. Jingji, who was full of energy, noticed that her senior brother was coming. She quickly lay on the bed and pretended to be weak. "Although I'm dead, I'm still a disciple of the sect of all times, junior brother Jing." Li Qingyang said, "The patriarch ordered you to follow junior brother Mao and clean the toilets for 10 days after you've recovered." Jingji immediately stood up and howled, "Why? Are you okay?" I can't." Jingji clutched her chest and said in pain, "My head hurts." "Maybe my soul was hurt after the mech exploded." Li Qingyang roared, "What does your chest have to do with your head hurting?" It suddenly changed. "In my opinion, junior brother is deliberately lying about his injury. If we send him to the discipline hall, he will face the wall for at least a month. Swoosh! Jingji jumped up from the bed and performed a set of military boxing. She said, "It suddenly doesn't hurt anymore." Chapter 1659. What happened in the sect of all times swept through the upper realm like a storm the next day. Many cities set up projection screens, playing the scene of the battle between the sect of all times and the 10 immortal sect. For a moment, all the martial artists were dumbfounded. The Vermilion Bird King. When the huge bird beast covered in flames appeared on the screen, it immediately set off another round of exclamations. Speaking of which, from the perspective of the camera, it should be in the sect of all times. Who recorded it? Hee. In the study, Li Tiantian placed a photo on the table and grinned. Not only did I use a formation to capture the entire process of the battle, but I also took the opportunity to take a picture of the patriarch killing the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Needless to say, this guy was very professional. In the photo, Go Xing was holding the immortal sword of perfection with all kinds of special effects. He looked very imposing at first glance. Not bad. Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Jingji, that kid deliberately faked his injury. When the new number 66 battle armor is made, you'll be in charge of operating it." Li Tiantian was overjoyed and immediately declared loudly, "I won't let the patriarch down." He had been thinking about the mech for a long time, and today, he finally got his wish. However, when the news reached Jingji's ears, she immediately collapsed on the bed like mud, wailing in her heart, "Someone must be jealous of my high appearance rate, so they said something bad in front of the patriarch." The battle scene was repeatedly played in the major cities of the upper realm. If one had to use a word to describe the current world, it would be exploding. As the authority of the upper realm, the 10 immortal sects sent out 100,000 elites, but they did not return. This was definitely shocking. 7 out of the 10 patriarch died. This is too terrifying. Something that I didn't even dare to dream of actually happened yesterday. It's a pity that I couldn't witness it with my own eyes. It's one of the biggest regrets of my life. I'm afraid the sect of all times is going to go to heaven in this battle. Please remove the word terrifying because it's already going to heaven. What were the 10 immortal sects? The bosses of the upper realm, the supreme existences who meant what they said. The elites they sent out were all defeated by the myriad ancient immortal mountains. In the current world, what other powers could fight against them? If a poll was held right now to determine who was the strongest sect in the upper realm, the martial artists who had seen the video would definitely vote for the sect of all times without hesitation. No one questioned him. There was nothing wrong with it. Ding! The host has repelled the invading 10 major immortal sects and caused a stir in the upper realm. The host is rewarded with 10,000 reputation points. As the news spread, Jun Changshao, who was in the sect of all times, heard a notification. No way. I'm about to destroy the 10 great immortal sects, and I'm only rewarded with 10,000. From a gaming point of view, the immortal sect was the final boss level in the upper realm. Go Xing had killed 7 patriarchs and 100,000 elite. It was unreasonable to give him such a small amount of reputation points. How much do you want? At least 100 million, and there's no discount. Go to sleep. It can be realized in your dreams. Although Jun Changshao was depressed, he could only accept this reality. Then, he went to the main hall, gathered all the higher-ups and said, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." The black and white Rakshasas and the others said in unison. "Okay." Jun Changshao slapped the armrest and said, 3 days later, "Follow me to the High Heaven Immortal Sect." As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. You came to invade the sect of all times, so I will definitely go to your house as a guest and taste your tea to see if it's delicious. Do you want to taste the tea? The system said, "You're just greedy for their magnetite." It was strange. With the 10 major immortal sects' current losses, they should be chasing after the victory. Why did Jun Changshao have to wait 3 days? There were 2 reasons. First, he needed to give the martial artists in the upper realm time to go to the High Heaven Immortal Sect as soon as possible to watch the show. In fact, it was Jun Changshao who ordered the battle videos to be spread to all the cities. The purpose was to make the sect famous. From the reputation points reward, it was obvious that the effect was good. This time, they were going to the 10 major immortal sects as a guest. At least they could be witnesses when the time came. Perhaps it would help to complete the main mission. The second reason was more serious. Although no disciples were killed in the battle with the 10 major immortal sects, thousands of Moang tribe soldiers were injured and killed. Therefore, they had to be given a grand funeral to comfort their souls in heaven. The next day, in the mountain forest under a drizzle, Jun Changshao, dressed in black, stood in an open space. There were tombstones in front of him, where the Moang tribe soldiers who died in the battle for the sect of all times were buried. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times were lined up neatly behind him, their faces solemn. Salute! Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone in the sect of all times gave a high-level military salute. Jun Changshao squatted down and put one hand on the tombstone. He looked solemn and said, "Although you are nameless, you died because of the sect of all times. I will remember this and repay you with the blood of the 10 major immortal sects." The last few words were full of killing intent. The Moang tribe soldiers did not join the sect, but that did not stop Jun Changshao from treating them as family. Therefore, the immortal sects must be responsible for those who died in the previous battle. On this day, the rain only stopped late at night. The entire sect was shrouded in a faint sadness. "Husband, are you sure you want to cause trouble for the 10 major immortal sects?" In the study, Rose of Flowers asked as she poured tea. Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and said with a cold look, "I want to destroy these sections." When the first fleet of the astral spirit realm invaded, the 10 major immortal sects sent out a lot of elders, and their strength seemed to be no weaker than your father. "If we go to them, we will definitely alarm them," Rose of Flowers said. Although 100,000 elites were destroyed and 7 patriarchs were killed, the threat was not completely removed, because the 10 major immortal sects still had old antiques in seclusion. "I know," Jun Changshao said. "That's why we have to take the initiative to attack. At least we don't have to worry about them attacking us first." "I understand," Rose of Flowers said in realization. "Husband, you want to drag the battlefield to their doorstep." "That's right." Jun Changshao touched his shiny head and said, "It's a little suffocating to be on the defensive all the time. We have to take the initiative." Indeed, the other party attacking and the other party attacking were 2 completely different things. "Why did you take off your hair again? Were you wearing a wig before? I think it looks good like this. There's no need to deliberately hide it." "That's not right." Jun Changshao finally came to his senses and roared, "It's already the middle of the night. Why are you still in my room? P.S. I can't take it anymore. My brain is about to explode. Tomorrow I may give me some monthly votes." Chapter 1660. While Jun Changshao was paying respects to the dead Moang clan soldiers, the Drizzle Hall was busy distributing flyers. In just a day, the news of the sect of all times' visit to the Ling Tian celestial sect had spread throughout the upper realm. It had undoubtedly become a hot topic. The 10 major celestial sects have lost so many elite. It's obvious that Jun Patriarch is planning to trample them under his feet. Many martial artists knew that the so-called visit was just a facade. The real intention was to destroy the sect. Without yesterday's incident, many people would have thought that Jun Changshao was out of his mind. However, they thought it was normal now. After all, he had absolute strength. It was only natural for him to return the favor. However, someone said worriedly, "The Ling Tian celestial sect has a senior powerhouse who's in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid Jun Patriarch won't be able to gain anything by visiting them." The 10 major celestial sects had their own supreme elders. Although they were usually in closed-door cultivation, they would definitely not stand by and watch if the sect's safety was at stake. Based on the light screen, June Patriarch killed the patriarch of the 10 major celestial sects easily. He might not be weaker than an old monster who's in closed-door cultivation all year round. These are not for us to worry about. The most important thing now is to go and watch the show. I'm afraid there won't be any seats left if we're late. Yes. Martial artists from various cities made their way to the Ling Tian Celestial Sect one after another. They did not witness the battle yesterday. Now that the Sect of all times had taken the initiative to visit the Ling Tian Celestial Sect, they could not miss it no matter what. Naturally, many martial artists supported Jun Changshao from the bottom of their heart. After all, this man had the courage to challenge authority, and was about to break it. He deserved everyone's respect. Sect of all times. Li Luoqiu reported, the news has been spread. Many forces and sectless cultivators are heading to the Ling Tian Celestial Sect now. All right. Jun Changshao nodded and asked, have you informed Master and Senior Qi? Yes. Li Luoqiu said, they should set off now. Jun Changshao thought about it for a moment before he said, inform the major clans to go and join in the fun. Yes. Li Luoqiu hurriedly retreated. Jun Changshao lazily leaned against the back of the chair and said, I want to rub your high and mighty immortal sex on the ground in front of everyone. East Sea. The island that carried the teleportation array. Buzz. The members of the array formation hall, led by the old Taishin, flew out and stopped at the area where the ancestral land of the Stone Statue clan was sealed. They began to penetrate the internal structure and conduct a comprehensive analysis and decryption. Reality proved that without the help of the two great clans, Jun Changshao still had the strength to fight against the 10 great immortal sects. Therefore, he naturally had to unseal it now. Buzz. The invisible sealing formation gradually appeared. Shangguan Xinyao retrieved her soul and said with a smile, Grand Elder, I've found a flaw. She had been studying mechas with the old man from Taishan recently, especially after coming into contact with the more complicated formation system of the astral spirit world. Her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and she had even surpassed Jin Dijuan in some aspects. If nothing went wrong, she would be the next hall master of the array formation hall. Speaking of which, it had to be mentioned that the current hall masters of the sect of all times were older, such as Elder Wei of the Medicine Hall, Zhen Dijuan of the Array Formation Hall, and Fan Yezi of the Smithing Hall. They would definitely retire in the future, and let the younger generation take over their positions. If a sect wanted to prosper, it could not do without the injection of new blood. It was normal for there to be some changes in the sect of all times in the future. This was especially true for Elder Wei. He had expressed to Jun Changshao many times that he wanted to retire. Over the years, the cultivation of herbs had provided logistical support for the sect of all times, allowing them to slowly rise from insignificance. Elder Wei had also done his best in cultivating talent. Sun Bukong and the other young disciples were not only proficient in herbs, but also in medicine. It would not be a problem for them to take over the medicine hall. Jun Changshao was actually quite concerned about this problem. He knew that the future of the sect depended on the young people. It was not a bad thing to let them take up the responsibility early. Elder Wei, Jun Changshao replied, there's no rush. Take it slow. He already had the idea of letting the younger generation take over the position of hall master, but it was not the right time yet. Therefore, he needed some time to completely forget about it. Only when the readers reminded him would he implement it. A few hours later, the sealing formation of the stone statue tribe was penetrated until it was full of holes. In the end, it could not hold on any longer and was destroyed. Girl. The Taishin elder asked, have you memorized it? Yes. The 10 great celestial sects had gathered so much manpower and resources to set up the sealing formation in a few months. Not only was it easily broken by the Sect of all times, even the complete layout was engraved in Shangguan Xinyao's heart. This fully explained that one could fight against the heavens and the earth, but not against cheats. Let's go. The Taishan elder ordered, go and remove the seal of the dragon tribe. With the previous experience, it only took a short 4 hours to break the second sealing formation. The 10 great celestial sects had worked so hard to create it over the past few months, but it was broken so easily in a few hours. Outside, because the Sect of all times had spread the news in advance, martial artists from all over the world were heading to the Lingtian celestial sect as soon as possible. The number of people was hard to estimate. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The next day, early in the morning, a rooster with the bloodline of the vermilion bird raised its head and crowed, waking the entire sect from their sleep. Swoosh, swoosh. Disciples in brand-new school uniforms walked out of their rooms and gathered at the training field on the main peak. Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and the other higher-ups were already in place. Their expressions were unusually serious, and the idiotic atmosphere of the sect was gone. Thud. Jun Changshao walked out of the main hall. He was dressed in white today, and his black hair danced in the wind. He looked majestic and extraordinary. Husband, why are you wearing a wig again? Rows of flowers muttered in her heart. Jun Changshao stood in front of the main hall with his hands on his hip. He looked at the high-ranking disciples and said loudly, Disciples, listen up. Follow me. Heaven. Celestial. Sect. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On this day, tens of thousands of disciples of the Sect of all times flew out of the Sect of all times with their colorful wings. Many Diablo mechas and tall Moang soldiers followed closely behind. Senior brother, everyone is leaving. Mao Xiaodao looked envious at the entrance of the outhouse. Don't just stand there. Jingji said impatiently, hurry up and clean the place. Because he had faked his injury, he had been stripped of his mecha pilot status and could only follow his junior in cleaning up the house. However, he had always kept the mecha operations manual that he had written in his arms. He firmly believed that one day, he would be able to operate a mecha again and bring glory to the sect. At the Lingtian celestial sect, Lin Haoyan sat at the head of the table. His eyes were burning with anger. The outside world was spreading the news that the Sect of all times was coming to visit, and he had naturally heard about it. Patriarch. An elder said worriedly, what should we do? What else can we do? Ask the Grand Elder. Lin Haoyan used a secret escape technique to escape. He looked normal now, but his internal body had suffered a backlash, and his strength was not as strong as before. Therefore, if Jun Changshao came to find trouble, they could only rely on the remaining elders of the sect. Patriarch. At this time, a disciple rushed in and said, the Sect of all times is here. Lin Haoyan. Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside, get your ass out here. Chapter 1661. Whether a sect was strong or not, one could tell by looking at its territory. For example, as one of the absolute rulers of the upper realm, the mountain where the Lingtian immortal sect was located was majestic like a fairyland. Even the air was filled with extremely strong heaven and earth attributes. To be honest, Jun Changshao was jealous. With such good feng shui, even if he did not cultivate, he would definitely become stronger just by breathing every day. No. I have to modify the Aeon Immortal Mountain when I go back. Although the Lingtian Immortal Sect's mountain was good, it was only suitable for visiting and not for taking over. Therefore, Jun Changshao wanted to build his own territory with his own hand. In fact, throughout the rise of the Sect of all times, although they had bullied many sects and occupied many resources, their territory was still the Iron Bone Mountain. They did not change it because of a better feng shui. This was homesickness. This was passion. Li Qingyang was also shocked by the Ling Tian immortal sect's mountain. He thought to himself, the sect still needs to be improved in many ways. In an instant, non-repetitive building blueprints appeared in his mind. Is this June Patriarch? Isn't he bald? Why does he have hair? He has an imposing appearance and looks handsome. Outside the Lingtian immortal sect's territory, millions of onlookers gathered to watch the show. They whispered about Jun Changxiao's appearance. Of course, they also admired him for asking the patriarch of the immortal sect to come out as soon as he flew over on the warship. Too arrogant, too awesome. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking came from the distant sky. Disciple, I'm here. Jinren Tonggu flew over with Masato Kitano and the other relatives and friends. Then, they hovered on the right side of the warship with smiles on their faces. The 10 great immortal sects were targeting the sect of all times. They went to support them with the determination to fall out with them and even die on the battlefield, so their expressions were very serious. Now that they knew about Jun Changxiao's strength, they were naturally calm. Whoosh, whoosh. Another gust of wind blew from the sky. The experts of the stone statue race, led by the 3 ministers and 9 ministers, arrived soon after. They hovered on the left side of the warship and saluted Jun Changxiao in unison. Greetings, Patriarch. Patriarch. Jun Patriarch is the patriarch of the stone statue tribe? All the martial artists were dumbfounded. When the star spirit world invaded for the second time, although many ordinary warriors saw the stone statue clan, they did not know what relationship they had with Jun Changxiao. Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano had heard about it in advance, but when they saw the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers, who were stronger than them, standing respectfully at the side, they couldn't remain calm. Disciple, you are giving me too much face. At this moment, Jinren Tonggu held his head high and puffed out his chest. His eyes were filled with pride. He did not look like someone who had jumped out of the 3 realms and was not bound by the 5 elements as described by Jun Changxiao. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky, startling everyone to raise their heads. They saw dozens of extraordinarily mighty giant dragon beasts flying over as if they were riding on clouds and mist. Dragon tribe! Everyone was even more shocked. Wait a minute. Could the young man standing on the dragon beast in gorgeous clothes and a crown be the Dragon Emperor? Disciple Long Outian. Little Long Long led everyone to hover in front of the warship. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Patriarch. The dozens of upper echelons of the dragon tribe, who had transformed into their true forms, lowered their heads with great respect in their eyes. The upper echelons of the 2 clans had arrived one after another. One called him Patriarch, and the other called himself Disciple. This made the onlookers even more shocked. There was more. Swish, swish. At this moment, streams of light flew over from all over the world. From the aura they emitted, it was obvious that they were not humans. Greetings, Jun Patriarch, Patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus tribe. Greetings, Jun Patriarch, Patriarch of the Ice Phoenix tribe, Patriarch of the Divine Walker tribe. When the patriarchs of the various clans flew over with their upper echelons and bowed to Jun Changxiao on the ancient warship, the millions of martial artists were dumbfounded. What was the meaning of style? This was it. Smack. Li Tiantian, who was piloting Mecha number 66, took the opportunity to take out his camera. He used the wide-angle lens to capture the scene of the various clans bowing to the patriarch. Swish, swish. At this moment, a few streams of light flew out from the Lingtian immortal sect. The person in the lead was Lin Haoyan. When he saw Jun Changxiao standing on the warship, he was instantly enraged. F***CK. Why are all the clans here? If he had a rage value on his head, it would have risen to the top when he came out but quickly fell back to the bottom when he saw the experts of the various clans. Patriarch Lin. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since the Lingtian immortal sect has visited the sect of all times, I naturally have to return the favor. Lin Haoyan's expression was extremely ugly. Almost all the clans were gathered here. This return visit was too big. It had to be. The 10 major celestial sects sent 100,000 elites to the sect of all times. If I don't return the favor with a bigger scene, I'll definitely be criticized by the readers. June Patriarch. Lin Haoyan said in a low voice, "Do you have to make things irreversible?" Haha. June Go Leftover smiled politely and awkwardly. Jinren Tonggu was more straightforward. He looked at Lin Haoyan with a look of disdain. If it were not for his status, he would have spat on the spot. When the 10 major celestial sects came to attack my disciples' sect, why didn't you consider making things irreversible? Patriarch Lin. Jun Changshao flipped his hair and said with a smile, "After all, we're all sections. We'll see each other often in the upper realm. I don't want to make things too ugly. How about this? Hand over all the martial arts resources of your sect, and I'll leave immediately." Bah! The system said, "You're still greedy for other people's resources." At this point, the Lingtian celestial sect could no longer compete with the sect of all times. The best outcome was to pay and admit their mistake. However, Lin Haoyan was unhappy when he heard that they had to hand over all their resources. Resources were very important to a sect. Handing them all over was equivalent to destroying their own martial arts. June Patriarch. Lin Haoyan said, "The Lingtian celestial sect is willing to compensate, but we can't hand over all our resources." There were millions of martial artists present. If they said that they were willing to compensate, they were really admitting defeat. However, since they were going to admit defeat, they had to show some backbone. At the very least, they had to bargain and not be taken advantage of. Using all our resources to guarantee that the Lingtian celestial sect will not be removed from the upper realm. This deal is worth it, right? Jun Changshao said. Everyone present understood. June Patriarch's meaning was simple. If they handed over all their resources, the sect could continue to exist. If they did not, they would be removed from the upper realm. How domineering! All the martial artists thought to themselves. The celestial sect, which had a long history in the upper realm, was like a supreme god. Now that someone had threatened them so blatantly, it was definitely something that they could not even dream of. Is there no room for negotiation? Lin Haoyan said with difficulty. It was very painful to beg for mercy in front of everyone. However, he had to say it because he could not allow the celestial sect's foundation to be destroyed in his own hand. No. Jun Changxiao's answer was also very decisive. In fact, he had already given them a way out. Previously, he had sent 100,000 elites to annihilate the Lingtian celestial sect. Lin Haoyan's expression changed unpredictably. There was struggle, pain, and anger in his eyes. In the end, he only said one word, "Fine, fine, my ass." Suddenly, a deep and old voice resonated from the celestial sect. "With me here, no one can extort the Lingtian celestial sect." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, waves of air surged toward them. The heaven and earth attribute in the surroundings seemed to be forcefully gathered by some unquestionable force. Then, it quickly formed a huge palm print that carried a vast might above the ancient worship. Oh no! Jinren Tonggu's expression changed drastically. Protect the Patriarch! The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers reacted quickly. They immediately flew up and unleashed the power of the stone statues to form layers of defense. Stand down! Jun Changxiao's voice resonated from the warship. I'll meet him. Chapter 1662. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from outside the Lingtian immortal sect. Violent shockwaves roared as the space gradually distorted and collapsed. The ancient warship at the edge of the storm was unaffected because the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers had gathered the power of the stone statues to form an impenetrable wall that covered a wide area. Bam! 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 The shock waves crazily attacked the barrier. Jinrin Tongu, Masato Kitano, and the other itinerant cultivators hid behind the barrier. Their expressions changed again and again. If there were no stone statue tribe powerhouses, they would be affected by this power. At best, they would vomit blood and be injured. At worst, they would die. The millions of martial artists who were watching the show were unlucky. They did not expect someone to suddenly fly out of the Ling Tian immortal sect and gather a terrifying palm print at lightning speed. Therefore, when the shock waves spread out, they did not have time to retreat at all. They were all affected. Spurt! Spurt! Blood sprayed wildly on the ground. When the shock waves gradually weakened, the martial artists who were standing outside the Ling Tian immortal sect's territory were all sent flying for more than 10 miles. There were many corpses lying on the ground. This was the result of watching the show. Of course, the strength of the attack was too high. If it were an ordinary truth-seeking stage cultivator, the shock waves would not spread so far even if they were badly injured. This is too terrifying. What kind of power is this? The martial artists who were sent flying suppressed the boiling blood in their bodies and tried to look at the crack in the sky. Although the shock waves killed many low-level martial artists, it was still difficult to suppress the curiosity of most people. Therefore, they had to continue watching the show. Moreover, they were already thousands of miles away from the battlefield. If they were affected again, then, they could only accept their fate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the area where the space collapsed, the wind whistled like blade. A majestic old man about 70 years old gradually appeared. His eyes were deep and sharp, and his skinny palms were surrounded by extremely pure heaven and earth profundity. He was the Grand Elder of the Ling Tian immortal sect, Bo Yazi. This person stood proudly in the shattered space. His every move revealed the demeanor of a powerhouse. He was not someone the patriarch of the 10 major celestial sects could compare to. Half-step? No, he's still not as strong as the old patriarch. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers quickly made this judgment based on the aura released by the old man. That wasn't the main point. The main point was the patriarch all right? Everyone released their spiritual senses and soon found Jun Changshao in the sunken area on the ground. He slowly flew out of the deep pit. The armor on his body was shining, and the corner of his mouth raised into a charming smile. Bo Yazi frowned slightly. The move he used just now was the top martial art of the sect, the Ling Tian crushing seal technique. Furthermore, he had already comprehended it to the extreme, so it was truly inconceivable for him to come out unscathed after a palm strike. No wonder, Bo Yazi thought to himself, to be able to kill 7 patriarch. Although his strength was not as strong as Gongsun Ruoli's, he was very close to the half-step level. Peak-seeking realm cultivators like Jinrin Tongu and Masato Kitano were no match for him. Although Jun Changshao didn't manage to resist the palm strike just now and was sent flying out of the warship, he was still unscathed. Judging from the fact that he was almost at the peak of the half-step level, everyone's success couldn't be separated from hard work and effort, just like Gosheng's success couldn't be separated from the modification of his level. In fact, when the first fleet of the Star Spirit Realm invaded, Bo Yazi had participated in the battle. At that time, Jun Changshao wasn't qualified to participate in a battle of this level, so from afar, he only felt that the other party was surrounded by unfathomable heaven and earth attributes, making it difficult to see his true appearance. But now, not only could he see clearly, but he could also count the number of nose hairs that were exposed. People who were in seclusion all year round would definitely neglect to wash up. Their hands and feet were too long, and their beard was unshaven. It was normal for their hair to be messy. Slowly flying up and stopping in the sky, Jun Changshao gently patted the dust off his shoulder and said, "I've given the Ling Tian Immortal Sect a way out. Since you don't want to cooperate, then." The ultimate immortal sword appeared out of thin air, and its eyes flashed with strong killing intent. "Disappear from the upper realm, kid," Bo Yazi said coldly. "The Ling Tian Immortal Sect has been in the upper realm for hundreds of thousands of years. How can a newly risen sect like you destroy us?" "Grand Elder." Lin Haoyan wanted to say something but stopped. If the remaining powerhouse of the older generation did not come out, he would definitely choose to pay the compensation. After all, he was injured from using his divine ability, and the sect's elites had suffered heavy casualties. They could not afford to suffer any more. "Haoyan." Bo Yazi stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Since the establishment of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect until now, we're above all living things, we've relied on our strength. If you use resources in exchange for an ignoble existence today, how can you face your ancestors in the underworld?" This sentence contained majesty and penetrated Lin Haoyan's mind, causing his originally painful and conflicted gaze to instantly become resolute. "Grand Elder, I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor," Bo Yazi said. "This is the person of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect. This is the spirit of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect." "Damn it!" Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. This guy made it sound so beautiful, as if he was the villain. It was still the same sentence. There was no right or wrong between the two sections. They had different goals. As long as it did not affect the innocent, it did not matter who died or who died. This was because in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong preyed on the weak. "All right." Jun Changshao raised his sword and said calmly, "I'll send you all to meet your ancestors in the underworld." Whoosh! The scorching fire soul energy enveloped the sword, and the space was quickly distorted by the heat. Bo Yazi understood that this person's strength could not be underestimated since he did not injure him in the slightest. Therefore, the true spirit energy and heaven and earth profundity in his body erupted wildly, and his gaze became even more serious. "Come!" Jun Changshao shouted, "Let's fight." Bo Yazi said, "If I'm lucky enough to win, the grudge between our sects will be written off. How about that?" "I'm sorry." Jun Changshao stood up with his sword and said, "You can't win. It was here. The patriarch of the sect of all times vs. the supreme elder of the high heavens celestial sect. As of now, the battle between the two should be considered the top martial arts competition in the upper realm." Whoosh! The monstrous flaming sword chi cut through the void and rushed over like a roaring fire dragon. Bo Yazi's expression turned serious. His skinny hands waved in the void, and layers of heaven and earth attributes stirred up the layers of space, forming an extremely powerful energy wave. He shouted, "Destruction of all things! Ka ka ka! Ka 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 ka!" It was used by a top expert who was about to reach the half-step stage. The energy wave that gathered the destructive energy wave rushed over quickly and finally collided with the flaming sword chi, producing a dazzling light and a deafening explosion. Fortunately, the ancient warship retreated far away in time, and the violent aftershocks did not disturb them. A boom! However, in the area where the space was distorted and the flames spread, a muffled sound was suddenly heard. Bo Yazi was blasted out like a cannonball, and then he landed at a low altitude in an extremely sorry state. When they saw his face clearly, there was an obvious fist mark on the right side of his face. He was beaten up? Genren Tongu and Masato Kitano were stunned. Whoosh! At this moment, a red stream of light rushed out from the energy explosion area and approached Bo Yazi. It instantly launched a dazzling attack. Every time it attacked, it would spew out scorching flames and bring about the sound of fists hitting flesh. Tongu, Masato Kitano said in disbelief, "Your disciple's speed is so fast. I can't see him clearly at all." Genren Tongu was stunned. The speed of his attacks and the strength of his aura were even stronger than when he was supported by the rows of flowers and his bloodline. Could it be that he had comprehended something and his strength had greatly increased? Good tea. Suddenly, there was a sound of praise from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Jun Changshao standing in the sky, holding a cup of tea in his hand and sipping it carefully. Why was he here? Who was fighting with the Supreme Elder of the Ling Tian Celestial Sect? Boom! On the other side there was a shocking sound. Bo Yazi staggered and fell to the ground, and he only managed to stabilize himself after taking dozens of steps back. The Supreme Elder of the Ling Tian Celestial Sect? In the sky, a red-haired man in his 20s gradually walked out of the scorching flames. He said with disdain, "Compared to the Dragon Emperor of the past, he's still a far cry." Who? The Vermilion Bird King. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the sky, took another sip of tea and said calmly, "With a powerful bodyguard, why would I need to fight personally?" F***CK. The system roared. The content is seriously inconsistent with the chapter title. Chapter 1663. Boom! Boom! Outside the Ling Tian Immortal Sect, explosions and surging air waves filled the air. All kinds of special effects were so strong that it was hard to open one's eyes. The Supreme Elder of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect was in for a tragedy. In a short time, he was beaten by the Vermilion Bird King until he fell to the ground in a sorry state. His arm was in pain and his fingers were trembling non-stop. "I thought it was very powerful." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It turns out that it's so weak." The corner of Zhenren Tonggu's mouth twitched slightly. "My disciple, it's not that that guy is weak, it's that your contract beast is too strong." This was undeniable. After all, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Vermilion Bird King was already on par with the previous Dragon Emperor of the dragon race. After the Nirvana rebirth, it was even more insightful. As of now, other than the mysterious storyteller, the only one who could fight it was Gongsun Ruoli, who had just left not long ago. What a joke! If Go Xing was not confident, why would he dare to fight in other people's territory? Damn it! Bo Yazi's eyes flashed with anger. That guy said that he would fight with him, but in the end, he found someone else to fight for him. If he had more contact with Jun Changshao, he would realize that this kind of shameless behavior was very normal. Of course, Go Xing had his reasons too. The main responsibility of a sect's leader was to focus on developing the sect. If he had to fight personally, wouldn't his high-level disciples and contract beasts be useless? To put it bluntly, he was just a boss who only needed to count the money and leave the rest to his employees. Ah! Bo Yazi roared, and his combat strength seemed to have increased instantly. He then opened his skinny hands, and streams of light flew out from his palms like cannonballs, blasting toward the Vermilion Bird King. Behind the Vermilion Bird King, beautiful flaming wings appeared out of thin air and quickly covered its entire body, forming an absolute defense. Boom, boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom! The streams of light bombarded mercilessly, and the energy waves were even stronger. However, after a series of attacks, the Vermilion Bird King spread its wings and did not suffer any damage at all. Bo Yazi felt powerless. As soon as the Vermilion Bird King appeared, he realized that the opponent's strength was far above his own. Unless a miracle happened, it would be impossible to fight it. Swoosh! While he was thinking, the Vermilion Bird King closed in on him. He lightly raised 2 fingers, and pure and scorching energy quickly condensed. He said indifferently, "It's over." Boom! The flickering energy suddenly exploded, producing an extremely strong impact. Although Bo Yazi had already made defensive preparations, he was still sent flying. He slid on the ground for several thousand feet before he could stop with great difficulty. Everywhere he passed, deep and long trenches were torn open. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. The outcome has been decided. Zhenren Tonggu and the other rogue cultivators came to a conclusion. The Vermilion Bird King's figure flashed and squatted in front of Bo Yazi. Flames gathered in its fists as it unleashed a barrage of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. An unbearable scene of brutality appeared. Even the camera couldn't see it. They could only quietly move to the area of the collapsed space. Boom. The Vermilion Bird King unleashed another heavy punch before standing up. Under its feet, Bo Yazi had already been beaten into a mosaic. At this point, the battle between the Patriarch of the Sect of all times and the Supreme Elder of the Ling Tian Celestial Sect had ended. The winner was Jun Changshao. Some people might not agree, but in fact, he had a contract with the Vermilion Bird King. Winning naturally represented the master. Not convinced? Fine, if you're so capable, capture a powerful demon beast to fight. Supreme Elder, Lin Haoyan stood there in a daze. Bo Yazi was the strongest person in the Ling Tian Celestial Sect. Now that he was beaten so badly, it was equivalent to the sky collapsing and his mental support collapsing. Sigh. Jun Changshao floated down, shook his head, and said, "If we paid the compensation in the beginning, would we have ended up like this?" Although Bo Yazi was severely injured, he could still think. He tried to gather his strength and said weakly, Ling Tian. Celestial Sect, never. Boom! Jun Changshao directly lifted his foot and stepped on his face. Jun Changshao. Bo Yazi's eyes were spitting fire. He clenched his fists tightly, but he still forced himself to change his tone. Pay the compensation. We'll pay the compensation. At this point, there was no other way. Jun Changshao's foot was still on Bo Yazi's face. He was trampling on the dignity of an celestial sect's supreme elder in public. I'm sorry. I gave you a chance. Since you didn't grasp it, there won't be a second chance. Disciples, listen up. Jun Changshao stepped on Bo Yazi and said coldly, "Flatten the Ling Tian Celestial Sect." Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The upper echelons and core disciples on the ancient warship flew out. Behind them, the Diablo fighters were activated and charged toward the Ling Tian Celestial Sect. Jun Changshao. Lin Haoyan shouted angrily, "How dare you! Pucci!" As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword light slashed across his neck. His pupils shrank rapidly. When his mind was disconnected from his body, a cold voice rang in his ears. "There's nothing in this world that I, Jun Changshao, don't dare to do." Lin Haoyan wanted to speak, but he could not muster the strength to do so. In the end, he could only fall to the ground with anger and unwillingness. 8 of the 10 great celestial sects patriarch were dead. Patriarch! The upper echelons and disciples of the Ling Tian Celestial Sect shouted in grief. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion shook the heavens and earth. The sect's protective array outside the sect was directly blasted open. The space was distorted and shattered. Everyone looked up in shock. In the sky, the huge Eternal slowly appeared. The hatch on its abdomen opened, and a cannon that was a combination of array and technology extended very long. Faint white smoke was left behind at the cannon's muzzle. It was obvious that this was the thing that had just blasted the sect's protective array. Patriarch. Shangguan Xinyao, who was in the cockpit, sent a voice transmission. The array has been broken. Jun Changshao felt the pinch. Although the cannon blasted open the Ling Tian Celestial Sect's protective array, the price of such a high explosion was hundreds of thousands of Dao stones. The system said, "Take down this sect, and everything inside will be at your fingertips. What's there to feel the pinch for?" That's right. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. The array was blasted open, and the disciples of the sect of all times surged in like a wave. Although the Ling Tian Celestial Sect wanted to resist and demonstrate what the spirit of a sect was, most of their elites had died in the Aeon Celestial Mountain. The remaining disciples could not resist at all. Those who resist die. Those who disarm live. The black and white Rakshasa led a large group of disciples into the main peak. However, they did not kill anyone in sight. Instead, they gave them a chance to live. 2 hours later, the main hall that stood at the peak of the mountain collapsed before everyone's eyes. It's over. The celestial sect has been destroyed. The main hall that represented glory and the celestial sect had been reduced to ashes. The cultivators who witnessed this were shocked to an indescribable extent. Immediately, Jun Changshao, who was hovering above the Ling Tian celestial sect, announced like a god, "The Ling Tian celestial sect will be removed from the upper realm." One of the 10 great celestial sects had been destroyed. Chapter 1664. The Patriarch was killed, and the sect was destroyed. The Ling Tian celestial sect that ruled the upper realm 100,000 years ago was finally removed from the upper realm. Nearly 50,000 disciples were still alive. They squatted on the ground and hugged their heads. Although their eyes were filled with grief and anger, they could only obediently become captives. Ding Xingwang suggested to kill them all to prevent future trouble, but Jun Changshao decided to let them live because the heavens cared for all living things. In fact, the higher-ups and elites of the Lingtian celestial sect were all killed, and the remaining small fries were no longer a threat. Letting them live would earn them a good reputation, but killing them would only increase their reputation. Jun Patriarch is righteous. If this was the 10 major celestial sects, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so merciful. Seeing the disciples of the Lingtian celestial sect walk down the mountain dejectedly, the cultivators immediately felt respect in their hearts. However, they would never have thought that Jun Changshao was standing in the underground treasury at this moment. He squatted on the ground and covered his face with one hand, laughing like a villain. "Oh my God!" Su Xiaoma walked in and saw the mountains of gold and silver in the huge basement, as well as various martial arts resources. His expression gradually stiffened, and he even felt a little dizzy. The Lingtian celestial sect, one of the leaders of the upper realm. One could see how deep their foundation was just by looking at the treasury. Take them all. Yes. The disciples began to get busy and quickly put all the gold, silver, treasures, and martial arts resources into their interspatial rings. After that, Yuan Gongzi counted them. Excluding ores and herbs, there were billions of mystical stones, hundreds of millions of Tao stones, and tens of thousands of celestial stones. Only 1,000,000? Jun Changshao could not hide the disappointment on his face as he picked up a celestial stone that was 10 times purer than a Tao stone. The Black Rakshasa said, "Celestial stones are the highest level of martial arts resources in the upper realm. Since ancient times, they have never been circulated in the market in the form of currency. The reason is that they are too rare. According to records, the earliest celestial stone mine appeared was 100,000 years ago." Jun Changshao heard this and looked at the Taishan elder. He clearly remembered that when he first came to the upper realm, he borrowed 5 kinds of treasures from this guy in order to go back. In the end, he was forced to write an IOU to repay 10 million celestial stones. Damn it! He only got 1,000,000 after destroying a sect, and he actually asked for 10 million. Bah! The system said, "You never even thought of returning it. I swore that if I don't pay it back within 10 years, I'll be struck by lightning." Come on, the host's skin is thicker than the universe. Not to mention 5 lightning bolts, even 500 lightning bolts wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The so-called oath is just a fart. In this world, the person who understood Jun Changshao the most was not Rose of Flowers, nor was it a core disciple of the sect of all times. It was the system that accompanied him every day. Slow down. Don't break it. On the Patriarch Peak of Ling Tianxian, Li Qingyang instructed his fellow disciples to carefully demolish many buildings. This was an ancient sect that had existed for more than 100,000 years. Many of the building materials were extremely precious. Rather than leaving them here to suffer the erosion of time, it was better to bring them back to the sect to shine. Of course, as a professional architect, Li Qingyang would not disassemble the materials and then reassemble them as they were. He needed to modify them to match the style of the sect. The High Heaven Celestial Sect was located on a huge mountain with many buildings. Therefore, it took them an entire day to demolish everything. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "It's all done. Let's go." Jun Changshao stood up and said, "Let's go to the next one." Swoosh, swoosh. The sect of all times flew up and down, leaving behind a bare mountain. Buzz. However, as soon as they left, a light stream array appeared and covered the entire mountain. Jun Changshao's voice could be heard. "The High Heaven Celestial Sect is sealed from now on. No one is allowed to enter without permission. If this place was compared to the ancestral land of the various clans, then the High Heaven Celestial Sect would not only be destroyed but also completely sealed. 100,000 years ago, they had participated in sealing the territory of the demonic tribe. 100,000 years later, they had participated in sealing the territory of the Stone Statue tribe and the Dragon tribe. Now, karma had come to an end. Extra. One of the top 10 celestial sects, the High Heaven Celestial Sect, has been destroyed by the sect of all times. The land of the sect has been sealed. That day, under the deliberate efforts of the Drizzle Hall, the news quickly spread to all the major cities and caused an earthquake. Extra. One of the top 10 celestial sects, the Hidden Celestial Sect, has been destroyed by the sect of all times. The land of the sect has been sealed. A few days later, another explosive news came. The world is going to change. The world is really going to change. The top 10 celestial sects had ruled the upper realm for 100,000 years. Now that 2 of them had been destroyed, it was enough to show that not only did the sect of all times have the ability to replace them, but they could even surpass the celestial sects. Smack. In a small city, a storyteller put down the gavel and finished his last sentence. Seeing that there was no one below the stage, he said helplessly, "Who would come to listen to something that everyone knows? Me." Suddenly, a voice sounded beside his ear. The storyteller turned to look at a man holding a sword who had appeared under the tree. He shook his head and said, "You still came. I don't understand." The man under the tree said, "With your cultivation base, why are you living in seclusion in this remote village? Do you want to know the reason?" "I do. Come, sit down and listen to me." The man under the tree frowned slightly and said, "I don't like to listen to nonsense." "Ha!" The storyteller laughed loudly and said with a serious expression, "I'm living in seclusion here because I've predicted that someone who will change the order of the universe will appear soon." "Who?" the man under the tree asked. The storyteller took a sip of tea and said, "I can't reveal the secrets of heaven, because those who do will have their entire family killed." The man under the tree understood him and did not continue to ask. He changed the topic. "How long do you plan to stay here?" "Let's go now." The storyteller stood up and put away the gavel, paper fan, table, and chair. "Where are you going?" "To wander the world." On this day, 2 streams of light silently cut through the spatial barrier of the upper realm and disappeared into the vast universe. Before the storyteller left, he looked at Jun Changshao, who was being extorted by the Supreme Celestial Sect, and thought to himself, "Could this kid be the person who will change the order of the universe?" The patriarch of the Supreme Celestial Sect died in the Aeon Immortal Mountain, and the entire sect was without a leader. The higher-ups did not consider whether the sect of all times would take revenge. Instead, they were divided into several factions to fight for the position of patriarch. After learning about this, Jun Changshao was speechless. This kind of ancient sect that had existed for a long time was really rotten to the core. Forget it. Today, he would destroy it and rearrange the structure of the upper realm, so that the younger generation would have an environment to grow and not be suppressed and ostracized. The system said, "You're just greedy for other people's resources. Don't make yourself sound great. Get lost." The other 9 celestial sects all had grand elders overseeing them. If the sect encountered a life-and-death crisis, they would definitely come out of seclusion to fight. However, facing the powerful Vermilion Bird King, the final result was a complete defeat, and they were imprisoned in Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. As the prisoners moved in one after another, Zhao Daodu became arrogant again. After all, his strength was not outstanding in the sect, but at least he was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He did not even dare to fight back when he hit them in the face. Everyone had a goal. For example, Yi Xingchen pursued continuous breakthroughs. Zhao Daodu's goal was very simple. With his ordinary identity and cultivation, he could bully all kinds of big shots in the palm of his hand. Boom! Half a month later, when the last celestial sect that did not even deserve a name collapsed, the martial arts resources were swept away, and the mountain was ruthlessly sealed. The 10 great celestial sects that ruled the upper realm for 100,000 years were officially removed from the upper realm and became a passing cloud. How much wealth did they obtain? It was indescribable. As a result, Jun Changshao returned to the sect with a strange smile on his face. Was this the end of the matter? No. The Jia Tang had not been dealt with. This organization, supported by the 10 great celestial sects, had survived to the end. It was really unexpected. P.S. A reader said that destroying the Ling Tian celestial sect would take a few chapters, and destroying 10 of them would take at least dozens of chapters? F***CK. Who are you looking down on? Chapter 1665. The 10 great celestial sects were destroyed and the mountains were sealed. The commotion caused was epic. Everyone knew that the upper realm had changed. Whoever destroyed these top sects would replace them, right? The upper realm no longer had the 10 great celestial sects, only the strongest sects of all time. However, with the destruction of the authoritative sects, it also brought about many problems, the most serious of which was the problem of public security. Those powerhouses who were labeled as traitors did not dare to appear in the open because of the 10 great celestial sects, but now they were unscrupulous. Of course, they did not do anything outrageous, and only pointed the spearhead at the Jia Hall. As an authoritative organization on the surface, they had made countless enemies over the years. Now that their backing had collapsed, they would definitely incur crazy revenge. Patriarch Li Luoqiu reported, in just a few days, at least thousands of martial artists went to the Jia Mountain to cause trouble. The Jia Hall is now surrounded by danger and may be destroyed at any time. Jun Changshao was a little surprised. He forgot that many martial artists' hatred for the Jia Hall was no less than his own. If that's the case, Jun Changshao said, I don't need to do it myself. This so-called authoritative organization will be overthrown by the world. The 10 great celestial sects had been destroyed. The Jia Hall was nothing in his eyes. If he let the upper realm martial artists destroy it and did not participate in the whole process, at least he could gain a good reputation. Sigh. Go Xing was also a layman. The stronger he was, the more he cared about his reputation. Bah! Seeing the author's narration, the system could not help but spit. If the Jia Hall had 1,000,000 immortal stones, he would run faster than a rabbit. The news of the 10 great celestial sects' destruction continued to ferment, destined to spread in the upper realm for a long time. Jun Changshao calmed down and began to think about his next move. There was nothing to think about. It was nothing more than finding a way to get the recognition of the world, promote the sect to an immortal sect, complete the main mission, and then use the sect of all times to travel the universe and destroy the astral world. However, how could he get recognition? Did he have to play the game of the lower realm and invite the powerhouses and major forces over, then ask who agreed and who disagreed? Simple and crude. The system said, I think so. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart. He thinks it's possible, but I keep feeling that it's not possible. I haven't poisoned you during this period of time. The system was quite shameless. Didn't it know if it had healed you recently? There's still 10 years left. Jun Changshao thought to himself, there's less than 2 years left. We still have to fight the child of the existential plane. To be honest, if Shizuan hadn't made the decision to challenge Gu Hongjinren on his own, he wouldn't have bothered to compete to determine the winner or loser, because there was no benefit to it. After breaking through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, he was even more reluctant to fight. Wouldn't it be obvious that he was bullying a Taoist master's disciple, since he was only a half-step Taoist master? Child of the dimension? I'm sorry. In front of me, the king of cheats, you are not even worth mentioning. Right. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, there's also Empress Lingyao. She also wants to participate in the battle. At this time, Goxing realized that the point of the 10-year promise was not him, but whether Yi Xingchen could take revenge and get rid of his inner demons. Inner demons were very appropriate. Ever since his rebirth, the Ninth Arch had never forgotten his grudges. He had been cultivating diligently all the time. Not to mention his inner demons, he was almost possessed by them. On a mountain peak, Gu Hongjinren stood there, his eyes full of vicissitudes. He and Jinren Tonggu had fought for most of their lives, but it was always difficult to determine the winner. Later, he took in a child of the existential plane with extraordinary talent and decided to fight for glory on behalf of his master. In the end, his disciple destroyed the 10 major immortal sects. He felt terrible and wanted to cry. Gu Hongjinren clutched his chest, his expression becoming more and more pained. At this moment, he didn't have any hope for the promise of 10 years. After all, Jun Changzhao's strength was enough to kill 7 immortal sect leaders. Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to win, let alone his disciple. Sigh. Gu Hongjinren sighed and said, I can only stand you up. This guy was really shameless. He knew that Jun Changshao was very strong and decided not to fight. Master. At this time, the black-robed man walked over and said, I will go. Gu Hongjinren said, You are hitting a rock with an egg. Master once said that only by fighting with a true expert can one realize one's own shortcomings, the black-robed man said. Gu Hongjinren fell silent and praised, I am very pleased that you can think this way. Good. I will go. Recently, the Jia Hall had not been doing well because there was an endless stream of martial practitioners coming to find trouble every day. What they could not accept the most was that some of the Tao and True sects that had once submitted to the immortal sects were starting to take advantage of them. Patriarch Sun. On the World Mountain, the elder temporarily in charge of all the internal affairs of the Jia Hall rebuked angrily, When did our Jia Hall owe your Stone K Dao sect any magnetite? Deacon Lin is really forgetful. The Stone K Dao sect patriarch said indifferently, Didn't your Jia Hall borrow 10 million magnetite from my sect 100 years ago when you renovated the inner and outer courts? Deacon Lin immediately exploded and roared, Those 10 million magnetite were clearly given by your sect. That's right. It was a gift. The reason was because of the 10 great immortal sect. Now that their backer was gone, the Stone K Dao sect felt uncomfortable thinking about the money they had given in the past, so they had to quickly come and ask for it. Are you giving it or not? Patriarch Sun said indifferently. Deacon Lin suppressed his anger and said in a pleading tone, Patriarch Sun, our Jia Hall really cannot take out so many magnetite. You're not giving it? Fine, repay the debt with items. Patriarch Sun was not a wishy-washy person. He immediately ordered his disciples to start tearing down the Jia Hall's buildings. After all, these things were bought with his own money. A moment later, the various buildings in the outer court were mostly torn down. Deacon Lin sat weakly on the ground and said a very realistic sentence, Everyone kicks a falling wall, and 10,000 people beat a drum when it breaks. When the 10 great immortal sects were still around, The Stone K Dao sect would not dare to ask for it even if they had 10 gut. Now that their backer was gone, they dared to jump out and stab a knife in the heart. However, a few days later, when Jun Changshao learned from Li Luoqiu that the Jia Hall had offended too many people and owed too many debts, their headquarters had been completely torn down, he commented, "A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support." The 10 great immortal sects and the Jia Hall had indeed helped the upper realm resolve many crises, but it could not cover up the various mistakes they had made. Therefore, they could only blame themselves for their current situation. If the sect of all times falls from glory to rock bottom one day, we'll definitely receive help from all sides. Jun Changshao said confidently. Bullsh *T. The system said, it should be from all sides. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, if that's the case, then the sect of all times will exist for eternity, never decline, and not be laughed at by the world. The system sighed. There's no such thing as eternity in this world. Host, don't be too idealistic. Jun Changshao was a little surprised. When the system said this, it was full of human feelings, as if it had experienced it deeply before, so it said secretly, there's a story. Story my ass. The system said, I'm just a virtual assistant that was created. Who created it? Jun Changshao asked suspiciously. Sigh. Looks like I can't hide it anymore. The system paused for a moment and said, to be honest, the host used to be the creator. Because being invincible was too lonely, you created the system and integrated it into your soul to break the cycle of reincarnation. You chose to start all over again and experience the various forms of life. F***ck. Jun Changshao roared, aren't all these things that I've thought about before? Go Sheng was no longer limited to his parents being the heavenly emperor and empress. He began to imagine that the system's origin might have been because he was too awesome in his previous life and created it for his own entertainment. Of course, it was nothing more than a random thought and had never been publicly expressed. Today, the system mercilessly exposed it. F***ck. Annoying. Chapter 1666. A month after the annihilation of the 10 great celestial sects, the upper realm gradually returned to peace. As for the Jia Hall, it existed only in name and could almost be regarded as invisible. Another half a month passed. The martial artists who worked there could no longer bear the wanton harassment of forces and rebels, so they all chose to leave. The Jia Mountains suddenly became empty. With the disappearance of the Jia Hall, the era of the 10 great celestial sects controlling the upper realm was completely over. There were pros and cons. The pros were that without all kinds of rules and restrictions, the sects could develop without scruples. The cons were that without supervisors, the various forces were destined to fight for benefits, which would affect innocent people. This was not. Many sects and clans were fighting with each other. Usually, everyone had accumulated a lot of conflicts, but because of the existence of the 10 great celestial sects, there were all kinds of strict rules, so they could only endure for a while and calm down. Now that there were no restrictions, they naturally did not care. Patriarch Li Luoqiu reported, many sects are fighting each other for territory and benefits, and the situation in the major cities is not optimistic. It was not only the sects that were fighting, but also the families. It could be said that without the restrictions of the 10 great celestial sects, the upper realm was in chaos. Pass down the order. Jun Changshao said, the sect of all times has been annihilated and replaced by the 10 great celestial sects. Naturally, we have to bear the responsibility of maintaining world peace. Any individual, family, or force that dares to break the law will be severely punished. Yes. That day, the notice boards in the major cities were stamped with the seal of the sect of all times. As expected, after reading the content, someone said, the sect of all times has made their move. In fact, after the 10 great celestial sects were annihilated, many martial artists were discussing whether this sect would replace them, and now it was confirmed. Who was not convinced? Everyone was convinced. The various forces that were fighting in the wilderness and the cities immediately calmed down after hearing the news. They almost shook hands and drank with each other on the spot. The 10 great celestial sects were like heaven to the martial artists of the upper realm. The annihilation of their sect of all times was like the heavens above. Now that the order had just been issued, if they did not follow it, they would definitely die miserably. It had to be said. Jun Changxiao's extermination of the immortal sect had filled the sect with deterrence. One had to know that since ancient times, it was common for sects to have grudges against each other. However, it was extremely rare for it to develop to the point of exterminating a sect, let alone 10 top sects. His sect of all times was ruthless and even dared to destroy the celestial sect. Wouldn't a small sect like his die just like that? Well done. Know your place. Jun Changxiao himself did not expect that the entire upper realm would calm down when he merely issued an order not to commit crimes. There were even forces that sent their disciples down the mountain to help the old grannies cross the road. Pooh! In the forging hall, Fan Yezi spat out a mouthful of blood. Many readers subconsciously guessed that it must be the result of being exploited by the black-hearted boss. In reality, that was not the case. The reason why Hall Master Fan vomited blood was not because of his daily work, but because the patriarch had suddenly rushed over. The first thing he said was, melted the 3rd-generation armor and used it to build a battleship. They had to wake up early and work late at night to produce equipment, and they even had to reforge it after using it. This was 2F** Ket up. The Taishan elders saw the mechs as their own children. How could Fan Yezi not see the forged equipment as his own flesh and blood? Elder Fan. Jun Changxiao passed him a tissue and comforted him. I understand your pain, but our sect of all time still has to conquer the Sea of Stars, so the battleship used to cross the universe must be built as soon as possible. After destroying the 10 celestial sects, the situation had stabilized, so the era of space exploration was about to begin. He hoped to build a fleet to travel the vast universe. Okay, Fan Yezi's lips were trembling as he said this. On that day, the new armor worn by the disciples and the wavy devil soldiers were all thrown into the smelting furnace. The formation hall was also in pain, because the mechs made from the heavenly spirit quenching or could not escape the fate of being melted down. It's gone. Seeing the new number 66 mech being sent into the furnace, Jing Ji shed tears. Why are you crying? Li Tian roared, that's mine. They did not have the mechs, but they could build a battleship. Hall Master Fan. The next day, the old man from Taishan placed the blueprints on the table and said, the internal parts of the battleship still need to be completed by the casting hall. Fan Yezi, who looked half dead, immediately straightened his body and grinned. No problem. Jun Changxiao, who was standing outside the door, quietly watched the 2 old men seriously discussing the battleship construction plan. The corner of his mouth gradually rose, and a smile appeared on his face, like a kind boss. With such conscientious employees, the sect of all times would not have to worry about not being able to grow stronger. Building a battleship used to cross the universe was not only a big project, but also a test of one's skills. Therefore, the old man from Taishan led the formation hall and the casting hall to set up a research team to solve all the problems in the shortest time possible. How long? Jun Changxiao asked. 2 to 3 years if it's fast, 30 to 50 years if it's slow. The old man from Taishan did not dare to guarantee an accurate completion time. After all, a huge battleship had an extremely complicated process, and it had to be done slowly without the slightest carelessness. Okay. Jun Changxiao said, I'll leave it to you. After leaving the formation hall, Go Sheng went to the back of the mountain and sat in front of Gu Zhaoxi's grave. He took out a jar of drunken dreams and said, Brother, I'm here to see you again. Although he knew from the storytellers that Gu Tianxing's son had a reincarnation spirit, and that Gu Zhaoxi might have been reincarnated in this life, He sacrificed for the sect and for the upper realm, and naturally could not forget. This matter is settled. Jun Changshao drank a mouthful of wine and said, I'll come and find you. The mountain and sea realm. Gu Chaoshi sat on a mountain peak and rested her face on her hand. What memories did I lose? Gowa! His father shouted, You're slacking off again. Father. Gu Zhaoshi was speechless. The martial arts you taught me were not difficult at all. Now that I've learned them all, I have nothing to do. That's fine. Gu Tianxing walked over and said, Come with me to visit the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm, and also to see your future wife. Gu Zhaoshi was about to cry. With the realm lord and his wife's appearance, their daughter will definitely be neither human nor ghost. If I go and see her, will my eyes be able to take it? Father, he said weakly, can I break off the engagement? Bang! Gu Zhaoshi rose from the ground and flew out of the mountain peak, hanging upside down on a cliff tree. Then, he heard Gu Tianxing roar, The wife I found for you is both talented and beautiful. If you dare break off the engagement, I'll immediately cut off all ties with you. 2 years. It passed quickly. After the sect of all times made the announcement, the upper realm was unusually quiet and peaceful. Although people would occasionally talk about the 10 great celestial sects, because they had become history, it was nothing more than a topic of conversation. The sect of all times was as peaceful as ever. The upper echelons and disciples were either cultivating or doing missions. Their days were simple and low-key. The busiest were the formation hall and the forging hall. Because they had been focusing on the warship for 2 years, they finally succeeded in forging one yesterday. Very good. Standing in front of a warship similar to the Eternal, Jun Changshao said with satisfaction, Very good. This warship was modeled after the Taishan Old Man. The internal formation system was all from the star spirit world, so it could travel through the universe without any problems. Patriarch. Zhen Dijuan suggested, Do you want to give it a name? Yes. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, Master spent 2 years to forge this warship, so it's called Changshao. The Taishan Old Man's expression stiffened. He thought that he would name it Taishan, but he used his own name. Human. How could he be so shameless? Creak. In the courtyard, Yi Xingqian pushed open the door and walked out. He looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Empress Lingyao, are you ready to die? In the barren land, Taoist Qing Wei sat cross-legged on a strange rock. After a while, she opened her eyes and saw a graceful figure coming out of the exit. She breathed a sigh of relief. Master. Empress Lingyao stopped and said, Where is the location of the battle? Burial Night Mountain. Where is it? In the sect of all times main hall. Yi Xingqian's eyes widened. Jun Changshao looked at the letter sent by his master and said, The place where the stars fell, Burial Night Mountain. Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched violently. The stars fell. Burial Night. The Patriarch's master chose the location of the battle. Was he hinting that he was going to die? The name is not good for you. Jun Changshao walked down and patted him on the shoulder. But I believe that you have the strength to defeat any opponent. When do we leave? Now. Chapter 1667. A long time ago, a huge meteorite passed through the space barrier, dragging a dazzling stream of light and falling in the upper world, causing the ground to sink for tens of thousands of miles. Therefore, it was described as the land of the fallen stars. Because of the violent impact and the meteorite's collapse, it formed a high mountain mainly made of black iron, so it was also called the Zangya Mountain. This place, this name. It arranged Yi Xingqian clearly. The land of the fallen stars was barren, and the heaven and earth attributes were not particularly strong. Few martial artists came here on weekdays. However, it was very strange these days. Individual cultivators from all over the world had rushed here, and it was as lively as the new year. I didn't expect that Gu Hong Jinren and Jinren Tonggu actually made a duel 10 years ago, and let each other's disciples fight it out. June Patriarch destroyed the 10 major immortal sects, and his strength is above the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Is there any suspense in this battle? No one knew who spread the news and location of the 10-year agreement. The martial artists in the upper world had nothing to do, so when they heard about it, they immediately came to watch the fun. To be exact, they came to see Gu Hongzhenren make a fool of himself. The scene of Jun Changshao leading his people to destroy the 10 major immortal sects 2 years ago was still vivid in their mind. That guy sent his disciple to challenge him, which was a bit overconfident. The martial artists in the upper world were all on Go Xing's side. Before they went anywhere, they were mocked and ridiculed by passers-by. Who is Gu Hongzhenren's disciple? Why haven't I heard of him? He should be young, or he wouldn't dare to challenge June Patriarch. From everyone's words and actions, they really didn't think highly of Gu Hongzhenren's disciple at all. It was easy to have the illusion that Go Xing was the villain and the other party was the protagonist. "We're here!" someone shouted. The martial artists who were on their way looked up and saw a mountain range that looked like a sleeping giant demon beast. An expert with a decent cultivation base saw 2 people hanging above the Zangya mountain from afar. He released his spiritual senses and said in surprise, "Immortal Qingwei? Empress Lingyao? Why are they here? I heard that the 2 of them are master and disciple. Reverend Qingwei, Zhenren Tonggu, and Reverend Gu Hun are martial artists of the same generation. Rumor has it that in their early years there were extremely complicated emotional dispute. There were often many stories about top experts that were known to the public. Some of them had actually happened while others were fabricated. For example, the emotional dispute that had just been mentioned was just a groundless accusation that was made up out of nothing. Of course, no one would verify whether it was true or false, because only then would it be worth discussing. Take Jun Changshao as an example. Over the past 2 years, news about him had spread in the upper realm. Some of it was true, while some were false. The most outrageous one was that the reason for the destruction of the 10 great celestial sects was because of a female confidant. The moment he opened his mouth, the contents were all made up. Gradually, the patriarch of the sect of all times became an infatuated man in the eyes of some people. After Jun Changshao learned about this, he did not stop the rumors from spreading. Legends needed to be shaped with a wonderful story to become real. Disciple. Reverend Qingwei, who was hovering above Zangya Mountain, said, "Are you confident that you can defeat that disciple called Yi Xingchen?" The promise of 10 years had nothing to do with her, but she insisted on interfering. Now that she knew how strong the sect of all times was, she was very worried that her disciple would not be able to win. "No." Empress Lingyao said. Reverend Qingwei fell silent. Whoosh! Suddenly 2 streams of light flew over from afar and hovered 100 feet away. The newcomers were Gu Hongzhenren and his disciple. Both of them wore black robes that were extremely similar to the color of Zangya Mountain below. "Qingwei, it's just a battle. Why did you call so many martial artists to watch?" Gu Hongzhenren's eyes were filled with anger. Reverend Qingwei said lightly, "It wasn't me." "It wasn't you?" Gu Hongzhenren turned his head and said through gritted teeth, "It must be that old man Tong Gu." That's right. A large number of martial artists appearing in the land of the fallen stars was not the rule of this book's protagonist fighting with others, but Zhenren Tonggu had spread the news in advance. Why was the promise of 10 years? To determine victory and defeat, to save face. With such a strong disciple, he naturally had to show off in front of others. From this, it could be seen that the so-called jumping out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements was completely nonsense from Jun Changshao. "Everyone, please do not believe it." The system roared, "As if anyone believes it! This is your disciple?" Reverend Qingwei carefully sized up the black-robed person whose appearance could not be seen clearly and whose gender could not be determined. She muttered in her heart, I can't see his realm, looks like his aura is blocked by a treasure. That's right. Old man Gu Hong's expression was a little proud. Reverend Qin Wei said, You should have heard of the strength of Tong Gu Er's disciple, yet you still dare to fight. Aren't you afraid of losing face in public? Likewise. Old man Gu Hong smiled faintly. At this moment, he still did not know that Empress Ling Yao's opponent was not Jun Changshao, but his disciple Yi Xingqian. Reverend Qin Wei did not explain, silently waiting for Zhenren Tonggu's arrival in midair. Ha ha! After a while, wild waves of laughter were heard. Whoosh! Zhenren Tonggu dragged a stream of light and hung in midair of Mount Zangye. He smiled and said, Both of you are early. In this battle, his disciple was bound to win, so he was very relaxed and even wanted to laugh out loud. Tisk! Gu Hong Zhenren snorted coldly. Old man. Reverend Qin Wei said faintly, Where's your disciple? As soon as her voice fell, a moving rhythm suddenly came from afar, instantly enveloping the land of the fallen stars. All the martial cultivators turned to look and saw the disciples of the sect of all times somersaulting and stopping at the foot of the mountain, forming a line, and then holding up the sky with both hands. Jun Patriarch, with his literary and martial virtues, will benefit the common people for thousands of years, and will live as long as the heavens. Under the super loud background music and the extremely awkward shouts of the disciples, Jun Changshao landed on Mount Zangye with a gorgeous light, and then elegantly made a slim and graceful standing posture with one hand behind his back. This style of appearance was partly inspired by the sect master of the Demon Emperor's Gate. The expressions on everyone's faces were very interesting. To be honest, at this moment they really wanted to run over and drown this guy, who was forcing himself to show off with their saliva. Swish! After the pose was done, Jun Changshao cupped his hands politely and said, Greetings, master. Greetings, seniors. In terms of strength, Go Xing had long surpassed the peak of the truth-seeking realm, but considering that they were of the same generation as his master, he was very polite, so no one could find fault with him. Humph! Gu Hong Zhenren and Reverend Qin Wei responded with cold snorts and gave this boy a comment in their hearts. Fancy and fake. Since you're all here. Masato Kitano appeared on Mount Zangye at some point and said as the referee, Then let's hurry up and fight to determine the winner. Please. Jun Changshao showed the demeanor of a top powerhouse. Gu Hong Zhenren said, Disciple, let's fight. Yes. The black-robed man landed lightly on Mount Zangye. The three rogue cultivators had made a 10-year appointment, which was not an extremely formal battle, so they didn't pay much attention to it. As long as they said to start, they would definitely go straight to the point. Jun Changshao had been using his spiritual senses to lock on the black-robed man hundreds of feet away, and he thought to himself, I still can't detect the strength of this person. The system said, Don't underestimate the enemy. Chapter 1668. Jun Changshao had fought with the black-robed man once in the Holy City, but because of his poor acting skills, he lost very quickly. Today was different. With so many martial artists watching, he had to take it seriously. Jun Patriarch. The black-robed man said, You may begin. Are you not going to take off your black robe? Jun Changshao wanted to see this guy's true face, but because of the black robe and the obstruction of the isolation treasure, he could not pry. The black-robed man said, Wearing these clothes gives me a sense of security. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart, Could it be that it's afraid to see the light? The system said, There are thousands of races in the upper realm, maybe there are special existences that are allergic to sunlight. All right. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, Since you're willing to wear this kind of loose clothing that's not good for fighting, then let's begin. Thud. He took a step back with his right foot and made Huang Feihong's signature move, saying, Please enlighten me. Disciple. Zhenren Tonggu said telepathically, With so many people watching, I'll have to rely on you to defend my face. Don't go easy on me anymore. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao's face showed a rare seriousness, saying, I'll do my best. This expression did not appear even when he challenged the 10 great immortal sects. It was enough to show that he was serious to save face for his master. Many people thought that the shameless Go Xing was the most dangerous. But in reality, Go Xing was the most dangerous when he was serious. Please. Whoosh! After the black-robed man greeted them, he rushed over with his hands behind his back. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Energy different from the power of true spirit erupted from his body, quickly fluctuating the space, creating layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. Zhenren Tonggu and Qing Wei were stunned. This body technique, this attribute, it did not belong to the upper realm martial arts system at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the black-robed man leaped up. His body instantly split into thousands of clones that were extremely similar to his original body in midair. Then, all of them put their hands together and gathered a dazzling light. Stars gather as one. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, countless clones blasted out light from their hands, and as they shot out, they gathered together to form an extremely huge shock wave. The truth-seeking realm? Zhenren Tonggu and Reverend Qing Wei roughly judged the black-robed man's current strength based on the intensity of his energy. However, they didn't dare to give a definite answer because he had just made a move. Perhaps he was just testing the waters. Swish! The powerful impact seemed to have pierced through the void and directly locked onto Jun Changxiao. He shook his head. Too weak. He wasn't trying to act cool, but rather boom. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao threw a punch and shattered the incoming energy wave. The whole process could be said to be effortless. Even his hair was not messed up by the wind. Swish! Swish! The black-robed man seemed to have expected this. Taking advantage of his opponent's counterattack, thousands of clones appeared in the air above him, striking out complicated hand seals from various angles. Boom! 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 In an instant, the dazzling energy landed in the area where Jun Changxiao was like a bomb, and the seemingly hard black iron ground gradually collapsed and caved in. Gu Hong Zhenren's disciple is really something. All the warriors were amazed. In their opinion, it wasn't shameful even if he lost by approaching Jun Patriarch in an instant and launching a barrage of attack. Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changxiao flew out of the energy explosion area. His right hand was like a large pincer, directly strangling the black-robed man's throat. Bang! 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 The original body was captured and thousands of clones collapsed. Child of the dimension? Jun Changxiao said, That's all you got. Boom! The black-robed man was directly thrown to the ground, and the black iron ground hundreds of feet around him instantly caved in. Good! Zhenren Tonggu shouted excitedly. Although he firmly believed that Jun Changxiao could defeat the black-robed man, he was still quite worried when the battle started. He was worried that the kid was deliberately acting as him. Now that he was serious and even merciless, he was very gratified. He looked at Gu Hong Zhenren proudly and said, You'll lose for sure. Gu Hong Zhenren was silent. If not for his disciple's repeated pleas, he definitely wouldn't have come. Whoosh! The black-robed man jumped up from the ground, and his hands were clearly trembling. Being thrown from a high altitude by Jun Changxiao like a chicken had damaged his meridians in many places. Fortunately, his face was covered by the black robe, so no one could see his painful expression. Admit defeat. Jun Changxiao said, You're no match for me. He appeared to be very serious, but he always held back. Otherwise, if he went all out, his opponent would have been dead. His master and Gu Hong Zhenren didn't get along, but there was no deep hatred. Moreover, it was just a spar, so there was no need to take his life. Sorry. The black-robed man said, I never take the initiative to admit defeat. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him and directly grabbed him by the collar, saying, Then I'll make you admit defeat. Thousand Mountains Path Clear Explosion. Boom! The battle area suddenly exploded, rolling up white smoke. Cough, cough. Jun Changshao walked out from inside, choked to tears. As for the black-robed man who was previously bound, he had disappeared. Where is he? Everyone was stunned. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jun Changshao rushed over, his big hand directly piercing through the void, and pulled out the black-robed man hiding in it. Then, with a bang, he pressed him to the ground and said, "Don't play these fancy tricks. It's useless. Do you admit defeat?" "No." Boom, boom, boom. Jun Changshao directly pulled the black-robed man up and threw him from left to right, and from right to left, making the martial artists unable to bear to look at him. Gu Hongzhenren's face was ugly, and his heart was pierced by a sharp pain. Of course, he brought this child of the dimension to the upper realm in hopes of winning against Zhenren Tonggu on his behalf. However, after 10 years of being together, they naturally developed a close relationship. "My disciple doesn't know how to control his strength," Zhenren Tonggu said. "If you don't want your disciple to suffer, you'd better persuade him to admit defeat quickly." Gu Hongzhenren said in a low voice, "This is his own initiative to come to the appointment. It's up to him to decide whether he wins or loses. I can't make the decision." Boom, boom. Jun Changshao threw back and forth a few more times. Seeing that the man's black robe was still airtight, and it was difficult to see his face, he reached out and said, "Today, I'd like to see whether this child of the dimension is a man or a woman, a human or a demon." Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the black robe flew out. Zhenren Tonggu and Gu Hongzhenren both released their spiritual senses to look. Without the disguise of the clothes, the black-robed man's appearance finally surfaced. He was in his early 20s, with messy black hair and skin as fair and smooth as pearls. A woman. Zhenren Tonggu's eyes widened. Jun Changshao's expression was even more exaggerated. He was riding on the man's body. After seeing the man's face clearly, he was stunned and could not believe his eyes. He said with his mouth agape, "Shi Jingxian?" That was right. Judging from her appearance, the disciple of Gu Hongzhenren, who was brutally beaten up, was indeed the palace master of Miao Hua Palace. Jun Patriarch. When she heard Jun Changshao call her name, her pale face forced a smile and said, "So, you still remember my name?" Go Xing immediately panicked. He put his hands on her shoulders and shook her vigorously. "Hold on. You must hold on." Puff. Chapter 1669. Jun Changshao did not expect Gu Hongzhenren's disciple to be Shi Jingxian. Otherwise, he would not have hit her so hard. Ignorance was blameless, so he could not be blamed. However, since he knew her identity, he did not immediately lay her flat on the ground for immediate treatment. Instead, he shook her violently. Was he trying to kill her? Pfft! Shi Jingxian spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned even paler, but a smile remained on her face. Counting the time, from the time when Jun Changshao went into seclusion to study the fortune-seizing formation of heaven and earth to the time when he ascended to the upper realm, the two of them hadn't seen each other for at least 20 years. Now that they had met each other in such a way and he still remembered her name, she was very satisfied. What's going on? All the martial artists were confused. They were not surprised that Gu Hongzhenren's disciple turned out to be a girl. Instead, they were surprised that Jun Changshao looked very nervous after beating her up. Of course, when Jun Changshao was developing in the lower realm, Shi Jingxian and her Miao Hua Palace were allies of the sect of all times. Now that she was beaten up by him, she must be blaming herself and feeling bad. "Old friend," Masato Kitano asked telepathically, "does your disciple know this girl?" Zhenren Tonggu shook his head to show that he did not know. However, he suddenly had a bad feeling. As expected, his bad feeling was about to come true. Jun Changshao carried Shi Jingxian, who was on the verge of fainting, and said, "Master, I admit defeat." Zhenren Tonggu spat out blood. "This brat, he's tricking me again." Jun Patriarch admitted defeat? All the martial artists' expressions changed when they heard Jun Changshao's words. Judging from the situation just now, Taoist Master Gu Hong's disciple was bound to lose without a doubt. However, after she revealed her outstanding beauty, Sect leader Jun instantly admitted defeat. Could it be that there was a secret between the two of them? I understand now. Someone guessed, this girl might be Jun Patriarch's confidant. The crowd's imagination ran wild. They thought of many things in a short period of time. Among them, the most agreed-upon conclusion was that there must have been some sort of misunderstanding between the two, which led to today's battle. Wow! How romantic! Many female martial artists were envious. At this moment, the most confused person was Gu Hongzhenren. If that guy admitted defeat, wouldn't he win? Ah! Gu Hongzhenren laughed with his hands on his hip. Although Jun Changshao purposely went easy on him, this was a battle that was set in advance. Moreover, there were various martial artists watching the battle. A win was a win, there was no doubt about it. In fact, ever since Jun Changshao destroyed the 10 major celestial sects 2 years ago, Gu Hongzhenren had been very depressed. This was because he did not think that his disciple could win. In fact, he even thought that he would lose just now. On the contrary, Zhenren Tonggu thought that he would win, provided that he did not pretend to be himself. At first, when he saw that Go Xing was serious and decisive, he was overjoyed. He even tried to show off in front of Gu Hongzhenren. In the end, if one were to use an idiom to describe it, it would be extreme joy begets sorrow. Sigh. Masato Kitano shook his head helplessly and announced, "The winner of this battle is Gu Hongzhenren's disciple." What? Zhenren Tonggu spat out another mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he fainted on the ground. Patriarch Sun Bukong, who had just walked up with a medicine box on his back, exclaimed, "Senior Tonggu fainted. Save Palace Master Shi first." Yes. After Shi Jingxian revealed her identity and Jun Changshao admitted defeat, the battle between the two older generation experts ended. The battle wasn't very exciting, but the story behind it was quite thought-provoking. It was not hard to imagine that when the news spread in the upper realm and spread by word of mouth, it would evolve into many versions. Would it add some love to Go Xing? It's not a big problem. At the foot of Zangya Mountain, after taking his pulse, Sun Bukong said, "He just needs to recuperate for a while, and he will recover." Jun Changshao breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior brother," Sun Muching asked, "who is this person?" "Patriarch's old lover in the lower realm." Bang! Su Xiaomao was sent flying on the spot, dragging a beautiful arc as he fell thousands of feet away. His eyelids rolled back and white foam came out of his mouth. Sun Muching shuddered and hurriedly retreated far away. Under the care of the healing pills developed by Sun Bukong, Shi Jingxuan's injuries were suppressed, and her face gradually became rosy. Then, she smiled with difficulty. "I didn't expect to meet you in this way one day." "I didn't expect it either," Jun Changshao said. "Palace Master Shi is the child of the realm that Master mentioned." Shi Jingxian said bitterly, "A child of the realm without parents, relatives, or friends." Jun Changshao did not ask too much because she was still injured, but he could roughly guess that since she was the child of the realm, it should be related to the special attribute in her body. Actually, after Master and Senior Tonggu made the 10-year promise, I knew that my opponent would be you, so I waited and looked forward to it for 10 years. I only hoped that I wouldn't lose too badly when I stood in front of you, but in the end, Shi Jingxian said bitterly, "The gap is bigger than in the lower realm." "Palace Master Shi, you've done very well." This was not deliberately comforting, but Jun Changshao's heartfelt words. To be able to withstand his attacks with the strength of a lower truth-seeking realm cultivator and only be injured, it was enough to show that her resistance was very strong. "Patriarch, do you want to save Senior Tonggu? What are you waiting for? Go." "Yes." Sun Bukong quickly ran over. He was not really going to treat Zhenren Tonggu. After all, this kind of top expert had a lot of HP, and spitting a few mouthfuls would not hurt him. It was just that standing on the side and being a third wheel was a bit awkward. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were very perceptive. From beginning to end, they kept an absolute distance from the patriarch, so as not to disturb their private time together. They even secretly speculated that no wonder he did not bring his wife this time, so there was something fishy. Impossible. Su Xiaoma stood up holding his waist and said, "Patriarch is not such a person, I swear to the heavens in the name of Elder Wei." What kind of person Goxing was, Su Goxing knew best. If he had feelings for Palace Master Shi, or if they were still together, it was absolutely impossible. He was right. Jun Changxiao's current state of mind was nothing more than meeting an old friend after a long separation. As for other aspects, there was nothing at all. "Jun Patriarch, your injuries are not light, don't talk first." Oh. Although the two rarely got to be alone together, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Zhenren Tonggu woke up after Sun Bukong pinched his philtrum, but when he thought that he was being played by his disciple again, he almost fainted again. "Old Tonggu," Daoist Qing Wei said lightly, "don't forget the battle between us. Senior, please rest assured." Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "This junior is already prepared." When Zhenren Tonggu heard him, he almost jumped up and scolded, "Unfilial disciple, don't try to act as your master again." "Master," Jun Changxiao said, "for the battle with Senior Qing Wei's disciple, I will send out the core disciples of the sect of all times. It is absolutely guaranteed." Yi Xingqian, who was already prepared, turned into a stream of light and landed on Zangye Mountain. His cold gaze locked onto Empress Lingyao, who was surrounded by clouds, and he shouted, "Come down and die!" Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Violent waves of energy erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. After being disturbed, all the martial artists were shocked and said, "What a strong killing intent!" Chapter 1670. In fact, from the beginning, Jun Changxiao didn't take the promise of 10 years seriously. After all, he had broken through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm and defeated the patriarch of the immortal sect. Fighting with Gu Hongzhenren's disciple was obviously bullying, so winning or losing was not important. But this battle was very important to Yi Xingqian, because since his rebirth, hatred had always been urging him to keep moving forward and breaking through realms. Today, he could finally wash away his shame. Perhaps it was because he had been suppressing it for too long, but when he landed on Zangye Mountain, his monstrous anger and killing intent were unreservedly released, causing all the martial artists to shudder. Perfected Qingwei frowned. The killing intent of this sect of all time's disciple was too strong. Obviously, he wanted to kill her disciple. She regretted it. She regretted interfering back then. In fact, even if perfected Qingwei didn't participate in the promise of 10 years, Yi Xingqian and Empress Lingyao would still come to this point today. Because the grudges between the two had to be settled before the upper world chapter could be declared complete. "Disciple," Zhenren Tonggu said in surprise, "your disciple has such a strong killing intent. Does he have a grudge against Qingwei's disciple?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao nodded seriously. In his opinion, the hatred between Yi Xingqian and Empress Lingyao was no less than the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife. So, although it seemed like a battle today, it was actually a life and death battle, unless there was a reversal halfway. "Tong Gu," perfected Qingwei said, "the battle between you and me is cancelled." Yi Xingqian's aura was very strong and his killing intent was too strong. She naturally didn't want her disciple to take risk. "Canceling it is equivalent to admitting defeat," Zhenren Tonggu said. He didn't care about the process of the battle, only about winning or losing. Because he had just been played by Jun Changxiao, he was eager to regain some face. It doesn't matter. At this point, for her disciple's safety, perfected Qingwei would rather admit defeat in front of the world. Master, Empress Lingyao said, I want to fight with him. Then, without waiting for Taoist Master Qingwei to speak, she took the initiative to land on Zangye Mountain. The clouds and mist that gathered around her dissipated, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. I'll go, Su Xiaomao exclaimed, so beautiful. As expected of the #1 empress of the Starfall continent, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji thought to themselves. Before they had joined the sect of all times, Empress Ling Yao had been a high and mighty deity to them. Now, other than being amazed by her beauty, they had no respect for her. In fact, they were filled with hostility. Under normal circumstances, when a top beauty appeared, it was inevitable that the main character's reaction would be emphasized. In fact, Goxing didn't even have a scene because he didn't have any thoughts at all. He even turned his head to ask about Shi Jingshuan's injuries after a glance. Amazing, June Patriarch. Seeing this, an expert gave him a thumbs up. He's not bewitched by beauty and only cares about his lover. Such a man is extremely rare. Forcing one's imagination to fill in the gaps was the most fatal. The camera turned to Yi Xingchen, who was clenching his fists. His eyes were bloodshot as he raged, It's been thousands of years and your appearance hasn't changed. I haven't changed. Empress Lingyao said, You've changed. This is all thanks to you. You allowed me to start all over again. Yi Xingchen was losing control of his emotions. He wanted nothing more than to punch this femme fatale into pieces. Empress Lingyao shook her head. I don't mean that your body has changed, but your personality. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people supporting you in today's battle. Yi Xingchen fell into a short silence. He turned to look at the patriarch, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other sect brothers, and a proud expression appeared on his face. That's right. I've changed. I used to have no relatives, no friends. Today, I have a group of sect brothers who care for me in life and death. The most precious thing Yi Xingchen had gained since his rebirth was not his return to the peak, nor was it his entry into the truth-seeking realm. Instead, it was the drastic change in his personality and mentality. He had also become a member of the sect of all times. He had experienced family and friendship that he had never experienced before. I'm not alone. She was not scolding him, but a true portrayal of him. Empress Lingyao said, If you could have changed like this thousands of years ago, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to make you start all over again. Spent so much effort? Yi Xingchen sneered. So you're saying that I have to thank you for my achievements today? What else? Don't flatter yourself. Yi Xingchen stepped to the side, his powerful qi of true spirit bursting forth. He clasped his hands together and squatted down. Today, I'll send you to the afterlife. I'm the Emperor. I haven't used this title in a long time. Whoosh. Rainbow light gathered between his palms, stirring the surrounding space. Junior brother Yi is serious. The first move was the 7 profound dawn break. This made Li Qingyang and the others believe that the battle between the two would not last long. Xiao. Right at this time, Yi Xingchen pushed his palms out, the explosive energy gathered in his palms dragging along the dazzling charge break, blasting towards Empress Ling Yao at a speed that could tear space apart. This move contained thousands of years of anger, its power was explosive, even He Wudi found it hard to believe. 1. Empress Ling Yao was not going to sit still and wait for death. She waved her hands lightly, and layers of defensive enchantments formed in front of her. Boom! The 7 profound dawn break, enhanced by killing intent and anger, smashed through the enchantments like a flood breaking through a dam. All the martial artists were shocked speechless. The battle between Jun Changshao and Shi Jingxian just now was at most a normal sparring session, but Yi Xingchen's move was a death sentence. How much hatred, how much hatred! How much hatred, how much hatred! Xiao, Empress Ling Yao's figure flashed, dodging the 7 profound dawn break's bombardment. Then, she crossed her hands, and the surrounding space trembled, forming a cage that locked Yi Xingqian in. Ryu Sinan was surprised. A space-type martial art? Perfected Qing Wei was also stunned, obviously not expecting her disciple to use such an extremely rare martial art. Tisk tisk. Jun Changshao said, "This woman has indeed broken through to the truth-seeking realm." Boom. Boom. Yi Xingqian, who was trapped in a cage-like barrier, madly attacked one side and quickly opened up an opening, causing it to completely collapse. He then took out his halberd and poured his true spirit force into it, forming a scorching light that pierced forward. Every time he attacked, his killing intent was bursting. Poochie! Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade piercing through a body was heard. Everyone, including Jun Changshao, stared with wide eyes, because they saw Yi Xingqian holding the halberd from top to bottom, piercing the defenseless Empress Ling Yao's chest. "My disciple!" Perfected Qing Wei exclaimed. Yi Xingqian also stared blankly at Empress Ling Yao, whose chest had been pierced so easily. Although her face was pained, she forced a smile and said, "This should be where I stabbed you back then." "That's right. The same place where death was inevitable. I wanted to have a good fight with you, but you've grown too fast. I really can't catch up. So, I can only die in your hands in this way to end the grudge between us." Yi Xingqian's eyes were spitting fire. He was not pitying this woman because she was about to die, but because he was angry that she had died too easily. Knight Emperor. Empress Ling Yao took out the secret manual with the words Taishan Sutra engraved on it and said, "I have kept it safe for you for thousands of years today. I return it to its rightful owner. I also hope you can forgive me for the mistakes I've made in the past." Poochie. She took a step forward, and her body was completely pierced by the halberd. She smiled and raised her other hand, wanting to touch Yi Xingqian's face, but her mind could not support it. She slowly lowered her hand, half of her face buried in the arms of her former fiancé, and slowly closed her eyes until her soul left the 9 heavens. "It's over," Jun Changshao said, "the grudge between the two of them." The system roared, "That's too simple, too casual, at least explain the reason, like whether or not that woman betrayed Yi Xingqian. Is that still important? If you don't explain it clearly, then you're a dog author." A mysterious power from the east shook the system until it howled, and it also made the hearts of the readers who were about to write this chapter go cold. They hurriedly retracted their thoughts and left comment. I love the author. Chapter 1671. The battle had barely begun when Empress Ling Yao had chosen to forfeit, dying to Yi Xingqian's halberd. The cultivators were all depressed. In the first round, Jun Changshao had surrendered. In the second round, Empress Ling Yao had given up her life. How could they watch the battle in peace? Fake matches. Refund tickets. It's over. Zhenren Tonggu's heart leapt to his throat. His disciple had been killed. Perfected Qing Wei must be furious. But when he looked over, he saw her calm expression. She sighed and turned to leave with tears in her eyes. "She left just like that?" Zhenren Tonggu said incredulously. Her master, Perfected Qing Wei, would be furious at Empress Ling Yao's death. But as a witness, she had seen clearly that her disciple had wanted to die. How could she blame an outsider? Being killed and dying were two different concepts. "Master." Far away from Zangya Mountain, the stooped elder looked up at the sky, tears streaming down his face. "You're finally free." Empress Ling Yao's death did not sadden Jun Changshao or the sect of all times. Because she had killed Yi Xingqian, it was only natural that she would be killed today. Debts must be repaid. A life for a life. That was an unchanging principle. However, Yi Xingqian held the halberd in his hand and looked at the lifeless corpse. His expression was blank and dazed. Don't get me wrong. He wasn't regretting it. He hadn't expected to kill this woman so easily. Since his rebirth, Yi Xingqian had been cultivating and growing stronger, all for the sake of killing Empress Lingyao. He had even imagined a fierce battle with her, but in the end he had given up on resisting, and had even gone so far as to throw his life away. This wasn't what he wanted, because it was too simple. It was too boring. Pucci! Yi Xingqian pulled out his halberd. Empress Lingyao floated down like a withered flower, her beautiful face showing a sense of relief. Whoosh! A ball of flame flew over and enveloped the corpse. Yi Xingqian was afraid that this woman would use some method to fake her death, so he had to burn her bones and scatter her ashes to cut off any chance of clearing her name in the future. It was only after Empress Ling Yao's body had been incinerated that he put away his weapon and landed on Zangye Mountain. The hatred that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time had completely dissipated. He felt more refreshed than before, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Knight Emperor. He actually smiled. The knot in his heart has been untied, and the demon in his heart has been removed, Jun Changshao said in a gratified manner. Xing Chen will have greater achievements in the future. If these words came out of other people's mouths, they would probably need to think about it carefully. But if these words came out of the mouth of a cheat, they definitely had a bright future ahead of them. The grudge between Yi Xingqian and Empress Ling Yao had come to a perfect end today. As for whether there were any hidden secrets in the matter, since Yi Xingqian was determined to die, there was no way to find out. However, the woman was right about one thing. She had once gone to the grotto to cultivate in seclusion just to fight with Yi Xingqian, but in the end, she had barely broken through to the truth-seeking realm. In 2 years, Yi Xingqian had already entered the upper truth-seeking realm. The difference between their realms was huge. Perhaps it was because of this that Empress Ling Yao had decisively chosen to end it with her death after a short fight. In the place where Xing Chen fell, Yi Xingqian did not fall. On Zangye Mountain, Yi Xingqian did not die. All the grudges, all the ill-fated relationships, were gone today. Phew! After walking down from the mountain, Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. He thought to himself, now I am no longer obsessed with hatred. I only want to pursue higher martial arts realms and protect my fellow disciples and sect from being bullied. Empress Ling Yao's death did not make him lose his motivation, because there were more precious things in this world that were far above hatred, such as kinship and friendship among fellow disciples. The only thing missing was love between a man and a woman. Master. Shi Jingxian lowered her head and said with a red face, I have something to say to Jun Patriarch. With the help of the healing pill, her injuries had recovered significantly. Go. Gu Hong Zhenren said kindly. He could tell that there was a story between his disciple and Jun Changshao, so he naturally would not urge her to leave with him. Humph. Zhenren Tonggu, who was standing aside, said grumpily, If my disciple didn't give in to your disciple, you wouldn't have one. Gu Hong Zhenren said indifferently, A loss is a loss. Don't make excuses. Bullshit. Zhenren Tonggu said, This is not a loss. She gave in. It seems that you are not convinced. Come on, why don't the two of us fight? Afraid of you. The two old men who did not see eye to eye at all became angry after a few words. Then, they drew a path and fought on Zangye Mountain. Boom, 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 boom. Powerful energy exploded, and the scene was magnificent. However, no matter how exciting the fight was, the camera was still locked on Jun Changshao and Shi Jingxian, sadly reduced to the background. Palace Master Shi. Go Xing asked curiously, How are you the child of the dimension? Shi Jingxian sat down and kept her head down. It was obvious that she was a little nervous and shy. She said, Master said that I have the power of origin in my body. The power of origin? Jun Changshao said in surprise, The attribute that made you lose your mind. Yes. Shi Jingxian said, This power comes from the origin of the dimension. The possessor is the child of the dimension. I didn't expect Palace Master Shi to be the child of the dimension of the falling star continent. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Sorry, sorry?" Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, "I am not the child of the falling star continent. I heard from Master that the power of origin in my body is unusual and may come from the upper universe." Jun Changshao was stunned. The system said, "It seems that this woman has a story that no one knows. Palace Master Shi, do you know what kind of dimension it is?" Jun Changshao asked. "I don't know." Shi Jingxian said with a sad expression, "The power of origin is the essence of a dimension. If it is integrated into a martial artist's body, it means that the dimension will no longer exist." Jun Changshao understood. Since there was the power of origin in her body, her previous dimension might have been destroyed. No wonder she said that she had no parents and no relatives. However, Shi Jingxian looked up and said with a smile, "Master said that if I can see into the third step, I can travel through the upper universe at will. Maybe I can find my homeland and use the power of origin to awaken the dimension." The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. The third step, how far away was that? It was undeniable that Shi Jingxian could break through to the truth-seeking realm in a short time. Her improvement speed was very fast, but it would definitely take a long time to see into the divine secret realm. Besides, looking for a dimension without any clues in the upper universe was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Right. Jun Changshao thought of something and said, "I have the warship that the star spirit world invaded earlier. It can cross the upper universe regardless of the realm. Palace Master Shi can go with me. If you're lucky, you might be able to find it." "Okay," Shi Jingxian said. Seeing her agree so readily, Jun Changshao was a little stunned. Shi Jingxian lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes. "Back then, I refused your invitation and didn't ascend to the upper world with you. In the future, I will never refuse again." "Damn!" Su Xiaoma, who was eavesdropping, exclaimed, "This is equivalent to confessing to the patriarch." "Okay then," Jun Changshao said, "I will inform you when we set off. Just come to the Sect of all times to meet me then." "Okay." Shi Jingxian nodded with a smile on her face. Jun Changshao raised his hand, looked at Lao Litu, and cupped his hands. "It's getting late. I'll take my disciples back to the Sect first. Goodbye, Palace Master Shi." Puff! Su Xiaoma spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1672. Shi Jingxian left with Gu Hongzhenren. Although she was a little reluctant, she was mostly happy. Happy that Jun Changshao could call out her name immediately after seeing her face. "Master!" Along the way, Shi Jingxuan's face lit up with joy. "It's been a few decades and he still remembers me." Gu Hongzhenren was speechless. The stronger a martial artist was, the stronger their memory. Unless they lost their memory in a car accident, it was almost impossible for them to forget. Moreover, it had only been a few decades. "I really don't know what my silly disciple is so happy about." Sigh. Gu Hongzhenren shook his head and thought to himself, "The most difficult thing to understand in this world is the love between a man and a woman." "Master," Shi Jingxian said, "why do I feel like the heaven and earth attributes in the upper realm are stronger than before?" "That's because your state of mind has changed," Gu Hongzhenren said. Jun Changshao led his disciples back to the Sect of all times on the ancient warship. However, he stood at the bow of the ship and pondered seriously. The scheming Empress Ling Yao died just like that? She turned into ashes. The system said, she must be dead. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "This woman stole the Taishan Sutra and tricked the 9 great emperors into helping her ascend. This means that she values her realm and power very much. Why would she want to die so easily?" The system said, "The way I see it, Empress Lingyao knew that she couldn't beat Yixingchen, so she could only accept her fate." "No." Suddenly, Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, "After Yixingchen was killed, his soul was reborn. Since that woman also cultivated the Taishan Sutra, Even if her body was destroyed, she could still be reborn, right? The system was speechless. Master! Jun Changshao hurriedly called for the Taishan elder and asked about the Taishan Sutra. After all, he was the one who created it. In the end, the answer he got was, "It's true that I created the Taishan Sutra, but it doesn't have the ability to rebirth souls." No? Goxing frowned. The old man from Taishan said, "Even in the upper realm, there is no martial art that can regenerate a martial artist's soul. How can I, a person who focuses on the study of formations, create such a heaven-defying technique?" No. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, "Since Shizuan's Heart Sutra doesn't have the effect of reviving a soul, how did Yi Xingchen manage to possess a body several thousand years later? Unless... System, what do you think? There must be something fishy about this." Inside the cabin, after a difficult decision, Yi Xingchen still took out the Taishan Sutra that still had his body fragrance. This secret manual meant a lot to him. If he hadn't obtained it, he wouldn't have died at the hands of Empress Lingyao, and he wouldn't have been reborn into the sect of all times, and he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Now that I've broken through to the upper-level truth-seeking realm, what's the point of keeping it? Flames gradually rose in Yi Xingchen's hands, obviously intending to burn it to bid farewell to the past. However, just as he raised the Taishan true scripture, a letter slipped out from within and slowly floated to the ground. Yi Xingchen frowned, but his body took it honestly and locked onto the lines of beautiful words. "Knight Emperor, when you read this letter, I should be dead, so congratulations, you've gotten your revenge." Yi Xingchen's eyes flickered with anger. This woman left behind a suicide note before she died. Why did it feel like she was mocking him? In your past life, you were obsessed with martial arts and didn't understand the ways of the world, nor did you understand human relationships. I'm happy for you that you have so many fellow disciples in this life. This also proves that it was right to kill you back then. Seeing this line of words, Yi Xingchen almost burned the letter. It was right to kill me? Is it even human? Actually, there's one thing I really want to tell you in person, but I know how much you hate me, so I can only tell you in a letter after I die. The Taishan Sutra created by the Taishan old man doesn't have the ability to let a martial artist's soul be reborn. Some of the incantations written in it were actually deliberately modified. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen's expression froze. You may be very curious. Since you can't be reborn, why did you possess someone else's body? This is because you have a shocking identity that can shock the upper universe and even change the order of heaven and earth. Humph! Yi Xingchen thought to himself, who are you trying to fool? In the past, although Knight Emperor was strong, his IQ obviously couldn't keep up. Now, under Jun Changshao's guidance, he seemed to be a fool, but his IQ had basically reached the passing line. You may suspect that I'm lying to you, but it doesn't matter. Because when the day comes, you'll understand that everything I do is for you. Finally! I hope that you can become even stronger, until you have the power to shake the universe, so that you can fulfill those words I once said. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. Yi Xingchen's face was blank. Had he ever said this before? The only signature on the letter was Lingyao, and there was a hint of reluctance and longing in the tip of the pen. This woman's whitewashing skills are too bad. Yi Xingchen crumpled the letter into a ball. He had planned to burn it, but after a moment's hesitation, he put it away into his spatial ring. Xingchen. At this time, Jun Changshao's voice rang out in his ear. Are you asleep? No. Come to the cockpit. No. In the cockpit, the Taishan elder carefully read the Taishan Sutra he had created. He said in surprise, the chants on the last 2 pages were not written by me. This martial art technique was above the divine tier on the Starfall continent. He had created it on a whim when he was studying the fortune-seizing array. He had personally written every word and every image on it, so he naturally remembered it clearly. Someone modified it? Jun Changshao asked. That's right. Who modified it? You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Jun Changshao looked at the silent Yi Xingqian. After a long moment of hesitation, the latter took out the will left by Empress Ling Yao. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. All the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects? Tisk tsk. After reading it, Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "How arrogant and domineering." "I didn't say anything about it," Yi Xingqian said. "You didn't say anything about it in your past life." "Maybe you did in your previous life," Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingqian was stunned. "Xingqian." Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, "If what Empress Ling Yao said in the letter is true, you might really have an earth-shattering identity. That woman is very scheming. She knew she was going to die, so she purposely left a letter to disturb me." "That's possible, Patriarch," Yi Xingqian said seriously. "I just want to focus on martial arts and protect the sect of all times with my life." Jun Changshao said, "I'm very pleased. Go back and rest. This letter, stay here with me for now." "Yes." After Yi Xingqian left, Jun Changshao picked up the will and thought, "The handwriting is quite beautiful. Doesn't the host find it familiar?" "A little, but I can't remember." "Do I need to remind you?" "If you have something to say it quickly." The system didn't keep him in suspense and said, "The host can take out a fragment of the 7 mysterious rays shard to take a look." This sentence was like a wake-up call. Jun Changshao immediately slapped his forehead and said in surprise, "No wonder it looks so familiar. It's very similar to the handwriting on the fragment." Chapter 1673. In the study, Jun Changshao took out the 7 original volumes and compared them with the handwriting on the suicide note. He concluded that although they were not written by the same person, the writing style was very similar. Every world had a relatively independent civilization system, and the words and prophecies they created were all different. For example, the fallen star continent. For example, the upper realm. Their writing and language were completely different. In order to prevent the readers from deliberately learning the fallen star language or the upper realm language, they were considerate enough to translate it into Huaxia. System, what do you think? The writing style of the volumes and the suicide note are similar, which means that they should have lived in the same world and been influenced by the same civilization. I think so too. Jun Changshao's expression became serious. The volumes were created by the 7 Profound Sage, who was also known as a martial arts legend. Empress Ling Yao came from the same plane as him, so her identity was not simple. That was not the main point. The main point was Yi Xingqian. From the contents of the suicide note, he had a shocking identity. Now that the woman's handwriting was similar to the 7 Profound Sages, could there really be a past life? Or perhaps he had some sort of connection with such a super mighty being? Maybe. The system said seriously, Yi Xingqian might be the reincarnation of the 7 Profound Sage. Fine. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, You're so talkative. You can say whatever you want in the story is wrong. The system roared in exasperation. Have I done anything wrong during this period of time? If you work hard every day, you won't be able to live. Of course. Jun Changshao was also puzzled. The handwriting on the last few pages of the Taixuan Sutra was very different from the suicide note. Who changed it without permission? In my opinion, the system said, if we find the person who deliberately added the incantation, we might be able to uncover Yi Xingqian's shocking identity. After comparing the suicide note and the volumes, Jun Changshao came to a conclusion. Empress Ling Yao and the 7 Profound Sage must have been influenced by the same civilization, which was why their handwriting was similar. It was hard to confirm whether Yi Xingqian was the reincarnation of a powerful being, but at least it meant that the woman was not simple. Senior Gu's strength is already very terrifying. When he talks about the 7 profound saint, his face is filled with admiration. He even calls him a martial arts legend. If Empress Lingyao is living in the same plane as him, her cultivation level should be quite high. He was still killed by Yi Xingchen in the end. Therefore, there must be something fishy about this. Perhaps it's just as the will said. Yi Xingchen's shocking identity will really shake the upper universe and change the order of the world. Jun Changshao leaned against the chair and rubbed his temples. There's suddenly pressure. In the past, Yi Xingchen was nothing more than a reincarnated martial emperor. Now, from the looks of the will, there seemed to be a deeper pit. When the truth was revealed, would he and his sect be able to withstand the perilous waves? I'm fine. The system said, if you can't take it, then use a cheat. It's not like you haven't used it before. At night, Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and looked up at the sky. Although I have reached the peak of martial arts in the upper realm, in the vast universe, I am but an insignificant star. Rows of Flowers walked over and sat beside him. She flicked the hair in front of her forehead and said, to others, my husband is an insignificant star. But to everyone in the sect of all times, you can guide the way forward when you are lost. Jun Changshao said bitterly, the more it is like this, the more pressure there is. If he was alone, he would not care about life or death, but he had the sect behind him and a group of disciples. Walking on the path to becoming a powerful being was always like walking on thin ice, and also like carrying 100,000 mountains on his back. I will always be by your side, my husband. Rows of Flowers wanted to tilt her head and lean over, but she was afraid that he would push her away, so she could only sit quietly where she was. The two of them did not speak. They looked at the stars the whole night. Yi Xingchen, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, felt uneasy. It was as if someone was constantly whispering in his ear, all lands under the heavens belong to the king, and all lands by the king's shores belong to the king. Ah! He hugged his head and roared, I didn't say that! I didn't say that! The next day, Yi Xingchen walked out of the room with dark circles under his eyes. Normally, after taking revenge, he should be in a good mood. However, after reading the will, he was confused and did not practice martial arts systematically for a few days. F***ck. After Jun Changshao learned about it, he was furious. Could this be a trick that woman deliberately played before she died to trick Yi Xingchen into abandoning his martial arts? Abandoning his martial arts? He underestimated Night Emperor's determination. Another day passed. He quickly adjusted his mentality and began to practice martial arts more diligently. As for the previous troubles, they were long gone. Jun Changshao let out a sigh of relief. He personally supervised the warship construction process and thought about how to complete the main mission, break free from the restrictions, and start the era of space exploration. The mission requirement is to reach the immortal sect level. Without the recognition of the world, it will be difficult to complete. The system said. You gave me a reminder. Jun Changshao said, it's time to think of a way to increase the level of the sect. Because there was no certification organization, the sect of all times gave the readers the impression that it was still at the mysterious sect level. However, in reality, it was already an extraordinary existence that destroyed the 10 great immortal sects. Qingyang. Jun Changshao walked out of the main hall and said loudly, change the sign on the gate to the 10,000 ancient immortal sect, and then spread the news to all the major cities. Yes. Li Qingyang entered his interspatial ring and began to choose different signs. Why did he choose? Because there were signs with the words 10,000 ancient true sect, 10,000 ancient Tao sect, and 10,000 ancient divine sect. It was clear that they had already prepared and could replace them at any time. A moment later, a brand new sign was hung at the gate. The words 10,000 ancient immortal sect carved on it were powerful and had the aura of swallowing mountains and rivers. At the same time, a new announcement appeared on the signboards of the major cities in the higher world. The content was, "From today onwards, the sect of all times will be promoted to the celestial level. If anyone is not satisfied, they can come to the 10,000 ancient immortal mountain to talk." It was obvious that this was what Jun Changshao had said because it was too meaningful. As expected, they are calling themselves Immortal Sect. The various cultivators were not too surprised after seeing the announcement. After all, to be able to destroy the 10 great immortal sects, the sect of all times was worthy of the celestial level. It was reasonable for them to add another level above the immortal sects. Even if there was a higher level, Go Xing would not use it. This was because the main storyline quest said that it had to be a celestial sect. If he decided to call himself a divine sect or heaven sect, it would be useless if he did not receive recognition. Upper world calendar. Who knew how many years had passed? The 10 great immortal sects had become history, and the 10,000 ancient immortal sect was the strongest. Ding. Main storyline quest completed. Calculating. Jun Changshao, who was in charge of supervising the construction of the battleship, was stunned when he heard the crisp sound. He ordered the disciples to put up the sign 10,000 ancient immortal sect and announced it to the public. The main storyline quest was suddenly calculated? That was way too simple, wasn't it? If he had known, he would have changed it at the start. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Jun Changshao put his hands on his waist and laughed without restraint. Zhen Dejuan and the others looked over and then calmly continued to study the battleship. After all, they were used to it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline quest. You have received a generous amount of martial arts experience points. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the half-step divine secret realm. Whoosh whoosh. On this day, the sky above the sect of all times was suddenly covered by a vast and majestic attribute. It continued to extend outwards and covered more than half of the plain. The history books of the future recorded that the patriarch of the sect of all times peeked into the divine secret realm and created an eternal legend in the higher world. Chapter 1674. Would the main mission be completed just by hanging up the 10,000 ancient immortal sect plaque? Sorry. Jun Changshao was overthinking. The reason why he suddenly entered the settlement was because he had previously destroyed the 10 major immortal sects and used his actions to prove his strength. Therefore, he was able to trigger the completion of the mission after declaring himself a top sect. Whoosh whoosh. Vast and majestic special attributes appeared from the sect of all times and gradually enveloped half of the upper realm. Jun Changshao's soul was mixed in it, and he could deeply feel the breathing of every blade of grass and tree. It was as if his entire person had been sublimated. Was this the divine secret state? Jun Changshao enjoyed that feeling very much, and a happy expression gradually appeared on his face. Come out and take a look. Su Xiaoma shouted, Patriarch has advanced again. This guy's tone was not excited at all. It could be seen that Go Xing's breakthroughs were too frequent and too sudden, causing him and many disciples to gradually lose the novelty. They even thought that there was a problem if they did not see Patriarch's progress for a period of time. However, the outside world could not remain calm. The momentum of the advancement affected half of the upper realm. Any martial artist who was disturbed could feel an extremely strong pressure. In the extreme cave abode, Masato Kitano said in surprise, Your disciple has peeked into the third step. Genren Tongu was so shocked that he was speechless. When he first met his disciple, he had barely entered the revolving core realm, and even cultivated for 2 years without any progress. Now, he had touched the realm that almost no one in the upper realm had reached. It was like a dream. Surprise. A huge surprise. After a brief shock, Genren Tongu and Masato Kitano sat down in unison. The advancement aura released by Jun Changshao contained the supreme mystery. It was a very good opportunity for them, who were at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, to learn from it and find the opportunity to enter the third step. Master! In a beautiful place, Shi Jingxian pulled away the black robe that covered her face, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Jun Patriarch is about to break through. Gu Hongzhenren's mouth twitched violently. He had won the promise of 10 years. However, he understood that Zhenren Tonggu's disciple was truly outstanding. No, he was truly a monster. Why was old man Tonggu's life so good that he actually took in such a disciple? However, if Gu Hongzhenren knew that being Jun Changxiao's master meant that he had to be prepared to take the blame at any time, he probably wouldn't have the mentality he had now. The advancement lasted for a whole day. Those who had reached the peak of the truth-seeking realm all benefited from it. As for whether they could take half a step forward, it depended on their own luck. Creak. The door opened. Jun Changxiao walked out glowing. His appearance didn't change much from before. He was still handsome, but his temperament had changed completely. Every move he made seemed to contain the profound meaning of heaven and earth. AI. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, "It's fine if you don't give me any rewards after putting in so much effort to complete the main mission, but you only took a small step forward. Be content." The system said, "For most people at the peak of the truth-seeking state, I'm afraid they won't be able to take this step until they die." That's true. Jun Changxiao was relieved. Looking at his growth, he had relied on cheating to advance. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? Ding. As the host has successfully completed the Upper Realm's main mission, the soul bomb will be removed immediately. The system notification sounded again. A smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. It really didn't matter if his realm increased. As long as he could remove this bomb that would deduct time, even if he squatted in the toilet for a while, that was what he would be satisfied with. Congratulations, host, you've completed another. Shut up. Jun Changxiao would never forget that he had successfully ascended to the upper realm and passed through the 10,000 Thunder Formation. Before he could celebrate, a mouthful of poison milk triggered a new version of the upper realm's main mission, so this time, he had to stop it. It was very successful. A few days had passed, but the main mission still hadn't been triggered. Awesome. Jun Changxiao walked out of the room in high spirits. He saw that the sky was bluer, and the water was clearer. The system said, without the restriction of the main mission, the host has lost his goal. In the future, he won't focus on developing the sect. *T. Jun Changxiao sat in the stone pavilion and picked up a chess piece on the table. With a serious look, he said, "The astral world hasn't been dealt with yet. How can I lose my goal?" He almost destroyed the falling star continent. He had to make this distant plane pay a painful price. Patriarch. Zhen Dejuan transmitted his voice. "Another battleship has been completed. Please come and inspect it." Jun Changxiao got up and went to the shipyard of the formation hall. He saw that the second battleship had been completed. Because it was built with high-grade ores, it looked indestructible and even emitted a kind of power. "Master, let's name this battleship Taishin." Hearing this, the Taishin old man's eyes were filled with gratified tears. The first battleship should have been named after him, but he shamelessly changed it to Changxiao. "How many more battleships can we build with the remaining ores?" "There are only 10 in total. There's no choice. There's too little heavenly spirit-quenching stone." Jun Changxiao was speechless. The first fleet of the astral spirit realm had invaded, and there were 50 battleships alone. Not to this extent, at least half of them. In the end, there were only 10 battleships. It was not spectacular enough. "It's okay," the system said. "You can buy them from the store." Scram. It was impossible to buy them from the store. After all, completing the main mission did not give him any reputation points. He did not have much left, so he had to be frugal. You can go to the major planes to buy ores. While heading to the astral spirit realm, You can build more battleships until you reach there and form a huge fleet of battleship. It's more appropriate to change buying to robbing. You're a thief and you still have the nerve to talk about me? How can it be considered stealing when you buy something with 3 values? F***ck, you're even more shameless than me. The construction of the battleships was still in full swing. However, with the previous 2 production experiences and the fixed template furnace, the efficiency was greatly improved. In just a year, all 8 battleships were completed. In terms of volume and tonnage, the battleships developed by the Sect of all times were larger and heavier than those in the astral spirit realm. The material was from heavenly spirit quenching stone, and the defensive performance was even better. Testing of 5 extremes completed. Testing of cool breeze completed. Testing of drizzle completed. Testing of spirit beast completed. Testing of war knight completed. Outside the array formation peak, Shangguan Xinyao led the team to carefully check the formation system of each battleship to ensure that it could be activated successfully. It was not difficult to tell from the names that some of the battleships were named after the higher-ups of the sect. For example, 5 extremes corresponded to Evil Saint Ding Xingwang, while Cool Breeze corresponded to Love Expert Wei Qinfeng. As for Drizzle, Spirit Beast, and War Knight, they corresponded to Drizzle Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, and War Knight Hall respectively. Of course, there were also King of Hell and Rakshasa, which corresponded to Jiang Ye and the Black and White Rakshasa. Jun Changshao did not pay much attention to the names of the battleship. The names of the higher-ups were mostly based on rhymes. For example, the Ning brothers joined the sect early, so they did not name them because it did not match. Testing of Rose completed. After receiving the report from Team 10, Shangguan Xinyao sent a telepathic message. Patriarch, all 10 battleships have been tested. They can be activated and leave the upper realm at any time. Jun Changshao, who was sitting outside the hall, clasped his hands together and rested his chin on them. He grinned. The era of spaceflight is about to begin. The upper universe, the thousands of dimensions, prepare for the arrival of my ancient fleet. Kakik. Kikikik. If the various dimensions heard this sinister laughter, they would definitely cry out in sorrow. Boss, please let us go. Chapter 1675. After testing the warship, Jun Changshao was not in a hurry to leave the upper realm with his disciples. Instead, he decided to stay for a while and settle his affairs. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu reported, the teleportation portals in the major cities have been set up and can be officially operated. During this time, the members of the Formation Hall had set up teleportation portals in many famous cities to make it convenient for martial artists to reach their destinations as quickly as possible. Jun Changshao had developed in the upper realm for less than 10 years. In terms of feelings, he could not compare to those of the falling star continent. But after all, he had witnessed the strength of the sect, so he had done something before leaving. Or perhaps it was to make up for the forbidden area that he had once destroyed. Of course, setting up the portals would consume a lot of magnetite, and it would require funds to maintain them. Using the portals would definitely require a corresponding fee. He could benefit the people and earn some money at the same time. Why not? Master, Jun Changshao said seriously, don't you want to think about it? After completing the main mission, he had visited the Extreme Doctrine Cave many times in order to rope Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano into the sect. I've been indifferent to fame and fortune all my life. I treat money like dirt, so, smack. Without waiting for him to finish, Jun Changshao placed the secret book of the Boundless Thousand Shadows spell on the table and said, this is a kind of martial art that can condense doppelgangers and help increase one's realm. As long as Master and Senior Qi Yi join the sect, you can practice it at will. Brat. Jinren Tonggu said with a straight face, are you insulting your master's firm Taoist heart? Ding. Sect members. 100042. Ding. Sect members. 100043. Jun Changshao walked out of the Extreme Doctrine cave with the 2 entry forms. Looking at the blue sky, a serious smile gradually appeared on his face. Actually, with the Sect of All Times' current strength, there was no need to forcefully recruit Jinren and Masato Kitano. However, they had been under their protection all these years, so before they left, they would definitely give them some benefits to express their gratitude. Both of them were at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Obviously, mystic stones and Taoist stones could not help them, so they could only give them martial arts. However, due to the limitation of the system, they could not practice martial arts unless they joined the sect. Old friend. Masato Kitano carefully read the Grand Kiliakosm Shadow Clone art. His eyes flickered with excitement as he said, "This martial art is incredible. Perhaps we can touch the 3rd step in our lifetime." Jinren stared blankly for a while before he said, "Why didn't he show us such a good martial art technique earlier?" Go Xing could not be blamed. Back then, he had invited the 2 of them to join the Sect of All Times, but they had repeatedly rejected him on the grounds that he was indifferent to fame and fortune. After leaving the Extreme Cavern, Jun Changshao made a trip to the Misty Immortal Mountain and gave the 7 sages of the Misty Immortal Mountain many Dao stones and Immortal stones. Stones Statue Domain. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said, "I will be leaving the upper realm in a while. I will leave the clan to you all." The expressions on the faces of the 3 ministers and 9 ministers were a little interesting. The former patriarch had just left, and the new patriarch was also leaving. What was going on? However, he understood. The patriarch was very young and strong. Staying in the upper realm would only limit him. Only by traveling the universe could he become stronger. After making arrangements for the Stone Statue clan, Jun Changshao came to the Dragon clan and asked if Little Dragon was willing to follow him to conquer the Sea of Stars. "This disciple is willing." Long Outyen summoned the 3 Dragon Kings that day and ordered them to be in charge of the internal affairs of the Dragon clan. Then, without looking back, he followed Jun Changshao to the Sect of All Times. He did not miss the Dragon Emperor and only hoped to follow the Patriarch to conquer the world. A few days later, Shi Jingxian, who was dressed in a black robe, arrived at the Sect of All Times. Looking at the familiar buildings and familiar disciples, her emotions seemed to have drifted to the past. Palace Master Shi. Rose of Flowers smiled and said, "Long time no see." Shi Jingxian hurriedly lowered her head, as if she did not dare to look at this woman. "My husband has a strong personality. I'm afraid only Palace Master Shi can make him admit defeat." Rose of Flowers said. Coincidentally, Jun Changshao came to the main hall. After hearing this, he cursed in his heart, "It must be little Mo who leaked it out. It's not like it's something that can't be seen." The system said, "Why is the host suddenly nervous?" "Who's nervous?" Just now, the heartbeat rate was once per second. Now, the heartbeat rate is 3 times per second. You still say you're not nervous? Jun Changshao said, "Only a bored guy like you would deliberately check the heartbeat rate of others." The system had a face of disdain, although it had no face. The atmosphere in the main hall was very awkward. Rose of Flowers and Shi Jingxian did not communicate anymore. Jun Changshao could not stand it anymore. He walked in from outside and cupped his hand. "Palace Master Shi, we're honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. I have internal affairs to deal with. I'll have to trouble my husband to entertain Palace Master Shi." Rose of Flowers tactfully found an excuse to leave. The awkward atmosphere was eased. Phew! Shi Jingxian breathed a sigh of relief. Her palms were sweating. In terms of cultivation, she was not much weaker than Rose of Flowers. However, she was particularly nervous when they met. "Palace Master Shi." Jun Changshao sat down and said, "Have you arranged everything?" "Yes." Shi Jingxian nodded and said, "We're just waiting for Jun Patriarch to set off. We'll set off the day after tomorrow." This was the auspicious day that Jun Changshao specially picked. "Oh right," he asked, "have your eyes healed?" When they were at Zangya Mountain, Go Xing found that this woman was not wearing glasses. "Master found a lot of heavenly treasures and helped me recover my normal vision," Shi Jingxian said. "I see," Jun Changshao said. "The accommodation has been arranged. It's still the same place." "Thank you. We're old friends. Don't be so polite." 2 days later, 100,000 disciples gathered at the main peak's martial arts practice field. Jun Changshao walked out of the main hall and said loudly, "Are you ready?" "Ready." Everyone shouted in unison. "Get on the ship." "Yes." The disciples entered 10 warships made of heavenly spirit quenching ore and then slowly flew towards the sky. Buzz. At the same time, the Sect of all times was shrouded in flowing light. It was impossible to bring the Iron Bone Mountain with them on this trip to the universe, so they could only seal it temporarily. As for the various internal martial arts facilities, they were naturally all moved into the warship. The disciples could still use them to cultivate during interstellar travel. "Let's go," Jun Changshao, who was sitting in Eternal, ordered. The 11 warships carrying the 100,000 disciples spewed out energy light from their tails and then disappeared into the deep space. "Your disciple has left," Masato Kitano said outside the extreme cave abode. Jinrentongu sighed and said, "To him, the upper realm is probably just an inconspicuous resting place in the long journey of life." Although the 2 of them had joined the Sect of all times, they did not leave together. The reason was that they were old. The matters of exploring the universe should be left to the younger generation. In the vast upper universe, the 11 warships led by Eternal were moving rapidly. "Patriarch, where are we going?" The Mountain Sea Realm. Chapter 1676. Although the Upper Realm and the Mountain and Sea Realm both belonged to the Azure Sea system, they were separated by a great distance. Without special tools, it would take at least a few decades for a half-step celestial realm cultivator to get there. Fortunately, Jun Changshao had an advanced battleship. Based on the speed and distance, he estimated that they would reach their destination in 2 months. Of course, the faster they went, the more fuel they used. They had only flown for 2 or 3 days, but the 11 battleships had used up millions of Dao stones. Sitting in the main cabin, Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "I hope the Mountain and Sea Realm has similar resources. Otherwise, even the Azure Sea system won't be able to fly out." As expected, the system said, "They're going to be robbers." "Robbers my ass," Jun Changshao said. "I'll trade with them." Although Go Xing was a bit shameless, he definitely wouldn't do something like robbing. So, he planned to be a plain merchant for now and trade things of similar value for energy. But, the system said, he's definitely a profiteer. How so? To be used as a battleship's energy source, it had to be at least Dao stones. This kind of thing was extremely precious in any plane. What could he take out to trade? "You don't have to worry about it," Jun Changshao said. "I have my ways." The 11 battleships sailed in an orderly manner in the vast universe. The disciples entered various martial arts facilities to cultivate as usual. They didn't slack off because of the interstellar travel. "Second senior brother, are you going to the life and death secret realm?" "Let's go." Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma entered the cabin that contained the life and death secret realm. The interior design of the battleship was very user-friendly. Not only were there cabins for living, there were also cultivation rooms, cafeterias, and karaoke rooms for singing. Jun Changshao held the microphone and sang loudly. Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and Bailey Qianchou all lay on the ground, either bleeding from their orifices or foaming at the mouth. At first, when the Patriarch called them over, the 3 of them were quite puzzled. Why did the disciples purposely avoid them? Now they finally knew the reason. This guy's singing was deadly. After a series of cries and screams, The 3 demon exterminators were sent to the infirmary for emergency treatment. Jun Changshao then returned to his residence. His consciousness entered his interspatial ring as he retrieved the supreme-grade goods that he had received as a reward for completing the mission. "You finally remembered," the system said. Buzz. Jun Changshao raised his palm and gently placed it on the supreme merchandise. After a golden light rippled out, a notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the main mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a soul bomb. Go Xing's expression froze instantly. Ah! The system laughed out loud without any restraint. During this period of time, Jun Changshao had not allowed him to speak at all. He was worried that the poison milk would take effect. In the end, he had obtained a supreme item. Not only had he obtained a main mission, but he had also obtained a soul bomb. It could be said that he had arranged for himself. "You can't play like this." Go Leftover hugged his head, his face filled with despair. Sigh. The system comforted him. This might be the host's fate, ha 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 ha. He did not disappoint. The main quest came again. The content was to dominate the upper universe. It's over? Seeing that there were only 6 simple words on the mission board, Jun Changshao's expression froze. The previous 3 main quests had a time limit. If he could not complete them, he would activate the soul bomb. This time, there was no time limit. That's not right. Jun Changshao was puzzled. If there's no time limit, why did you bind the soul bomb to me? As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a soul bomb that looked like a brick. When he saw the words, Upper World Edition, written on it, he suddenly realized. This is the soul bomb that I dispelled earlier. The system could no longer laugh. Ha ha ha. This time, it was Jun Changshao's turn to laugh heartily. The main quest had no time limit, and it even gave him a soul bomb. Wouldn't he be able to do the old trick and directly blow up the astral spirit world? I understand now. The system said, no wonder you wanted to go to the mountain and sea realm to find Gu Zhaoxi. You were missing someone to carry the bomb. Jun Changshao retracted his smile and said seriously, I won't let my brother repeat the same mistake. Previously, Gu Zhaoxi sacrificed himself and blew up the 9 battleships that he prepared, which made him suffer for a long time. Therefore, such a tragedy where someone had to be sacrificed must not happen again. I hope so. Dominate the upper universe. Jun Changshao looked at the words on the mission board again and touched his chin. Does the main quest want me to dominate the universe? It's difficult. The system said, no chance. Jun Changshao agreed. Although he was invincible in the upper universe, there were thousands of planes in the vast universe. If he gathered all of them together, there would definitely be divine arcanum. With his current strength, he would definitely be beaten like a dog if he dominated the upper universe. Fortunately, Jun Changshao said with relief, there's no time limit. I can slowly develop. Patriarch. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. The star map has found a plane nearby. Jun Changshao rushed to the main control room and found a light spot flashing on the screen. It was not too far away from the fleet. Let's go in and take a look. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 11 battleships accelerated at the same time and flew toward the first plane they found during their interstellar travel. They could vaguely see that the world floating in the universe seemed to be trembling.